All right, welcome back. Again, we continue to track this breaking news. The FAA just releasing a statement confirming much of what we already know. They say that they will be leading this investigation along with the NTSB. They say the PSA Airlines regional jet collided midair with a Black Hawk helicopter while approaching the runway. This happened around 9 o'clock. The PSA was operating for American Airlines. Again, it departed from Wichita, Kansas. The FAA, again, and NTSB are investigating. And we just learned from Ronald Reagan Airport that they do plan on giving an update tonight. It's unclear what time that will be. Our Carl Willis will be there to bring that coverage to you live. I'll talk a little bit about the conditions outside. We know today, weather-wise, it was very warm and comfortable, but it often takes the water temperature a pretty long time to warm up.
That's right. And keep in mind, if you remember, last week we had all those back-to-back days that were in the 20s. Arctic air was over us, so you're right. Our water temperature is nowhere near what the air temperature was or even is right now. We're running at 35 degrees for the Potomac currently. 35 degrees, that's pretty cold.
Yeah.
And we're not seeing any high winds anymore, so that's the good news. The winds are down to about 15 to 20 miles per hour, and even were over the last couple of hours. Didn't see any high winds, no high gust across the area, but the air temperature dropping now into the 40s with the water temperature at 35 degrees and likely to drop maybe another degree or two over the next couple of hours as we get into the overnight and early morning hours, because we know everybody's going to be at this for quite some time.
All right, VJ, thank you for that information. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. If you are just joining us, we are tracking major breaking news. A regional plane has collided with a Black Hawk helicopter, and right now there is an active search happening in the Potomac River for potential victims. Let's go to our Josh Chapin. He is near one of the staging areas. Can you give us an update on what you're seeing out there, Josh?
Well, Michelle, I'm looking down at my phone as well to see if there are any fresh updates from either DC Fire, the FAA, as well as the DC Police Department from MPD. What is interesting, since we last came to you about 15 minutes ago, this staging area, I don't know if Issa can go in and show you a little bit more across the street. This staging area had, I don't know, 25, 30 fire trucks and boats and different emergency vehicles out here, and now there are very few. Maybe 4 or 5, but you see on the left side there is a boat, or there was a sort of a truck with a few lifeboats and stuff like that, that they wanted to clearly put in the water here. But this scene is not nearly as active as it was about 10 minutes ago. So we presume that this was not the best possible spot for these firefighters and different first responders and divers to go into the water. We did see some different firefighters that were running out of the water at a very quick pace, which again, maybe they were trying to put the boats in the water here, and this was not a great vantage point. But while we've been standing out here not too far from DCA, from Reagan National Airport, we have seen just the heavy emergency response vehicles going up and down this parkway here, and the number of I said to my photographer, you look at the number of boats that were being pulled, that were going down this parkway here. Clearly they're looking for a better place to launch. But again, this is Gravelly Point, a place where a lot of folks, as you're seeing live as we're talking about a number of different emergency responders here that are beyond just regular police and fire. And I know that this is pretty normal for DC, but this is just an absolutely massive response of different Reagan National. But this Gravelly Point here, Michelle, it is worth noting, not a whole lot of fire trucks left here. Still unclear about the search and rescue effort. We just know that there are folks out here asking us what's going on, what do you know? Everyone out here taking pictures, clearly curious. We still haven't gotten that answer just yet, but we know that the fire department and DC police are moving somewhere else.
All right, Josh, thank you for the latest there. The FAA just released a statement. They will lead this investigation along with the NTSB. They say this PSA Airlines regional jet collided midair with a Black Hawk helicopter, as we've been reporting. Now, Josh, thank you. We can drop that picture. What we know so far about that type of helicopter, I just pulled this up. If you're not familiar, it is a twin-engine, medium-lift utility helicopter with 4 blades. And there is technology to prevent this type of collision. So the question tonight, among many, is how did this happen? That is the question that they'll want to get to as soon as this phase, the search and rescue, is complete. But right now, that is the focus. Again, another live look. Look at the volume of flashing lights. Agencies from all over the area are responding to this situation that is happening right now. We know our Steve Rudin has a clear line of sight to this location where this happened. Control room, let me know if he's ready to go. We're going to get to Steve Rudin in a minute. Let's go to our Carl Willis. He has some new information about what he's seeing. He's at the airport. What are you seeing where you are? Are you near an area where families may gather for information, or it looks like you're in a press room? Tell me what's happening there.
Yes, Michelle, we just arrived at Washington Reagan National Airport just within the past 10-15 minutes or so. We're actually in an area where there should be briefings coming up. This is a staging area inside Terminal 1 right now. Again, we just arrived here. We were over at Gravelly Point, and we're fancy of some of the emergency vehicles down the way. Right now, it's a quiet corner of the terminal, but just about a mile away, it is very chaotic out there as they work to go into a search and recovery, hopefully a rescue mission at this point. Now from the FAA, this is a PSA Airlines Bombardier regional jet that collided in midair with a Sikorsky H-60 helicopter while that plane was on approach to runway 33 here at Reagan Washington National Airport. This was right around 9 p.m. local time. Now, the FAA and the NTSB will lead the investigation right now. We also heard from police that they are involved with that search rescue mission with DC Fire and EMS as well. Again, looking out that window, you can see some of those lights and that rescue mission happening right now. They have not confirmed any casualties yet, so we are anticipating hearing that news, hopefully momentarily. Michelle, back to you. Any questions about what's happening here at the airport?
So no indication just yet as to when that news conference will happen?
No, we're gathered here with a number of other media outlets right now and standing by, setting up a podium, and hopefully hearing from an official at this point sometime soon. I will be able to stand by and break in as soon as we see any activity of that happening.
We'll certainly bring that to our viewers live. Thank you so much, Carl. We'll check back with you soon. We do have a new statement. This one is from American Airlines, not revealing much more than what we already know, but the airline did say that they are aware of the incident and that they will provide more information as it becomes available. Perhaps they're readying a spokesperson to be at that news conference where we just saw Carl standing by. So a lot to discuss, a lot to still figure out and sort out. We are going to take a quick break and then back on top of this big story tonight when we return. Okay, we're going to blow through that break. So moving on now, we want to show you some images that we're seeing on social media, and this is really gripping. This made us all take a moment and pause in the newsroom. So let me walk you through what you're looking at right here. So keep your eye to the lower level, and you see where that bright light happens. I believe there's also a zoomed in version once this loops. So let's stand by for that. Okay, so keep your eye lower near the bridge and you can see that bright light. That, we understand, is the precise moment when those two aircraft collided. Here it is again. So such a loud sound we're hearing from people who live in that area, and also that bright light. You know, people have cameras all around, and it just so happened that someone was rolling when this actually happened. So this gives us some insight into where they were on the approach. We know that they were preparing for landing, but to see that image of what happened there, that image could be very helpful in the investigation. Do we have Steve now? Steve, are you there? Do we have Steve on the line? Okay, we're having some trouble connecting with Steve, and we're trying to reach Steve Rudin because he lives not far from the Potomac River and has a clear line of sight of what is going on there, so he can give us a better idea of what he's seeing. As soon as we get him on the line, we're going to go to him. Control room, let me know where you want to go from here. We're looking at live pictures right now of that search effort that is underway. So if you're just joining us tonight, this is going to be a long night. There is a lot of unanswered questions right now. And the other part of this that we haven't really touched on just yet is the human side. We know that this jet holds up to 65 passengers. We don't know exactly how many people were on board that flight, but you can imagine if you have a loved one flying in town, you're likely at the airport waiting for them. So imagine waiting for them and hearing news of this. A lot of anxious people right now in our area as we await information on what has unfolded tonight. Let's go back to our Josh Chapin. He is standing by for us. He's as close as he can get to the scene because there is such a huge police presence. Josh, do you have an update for us?
Well, we can share with you, Michelle, that again, as I said a few minutes ago, the fire and emergency crews have left the area by Gravelly Point. We do see one fire truck that is staged there, but I'm going to have Issa show you, and I don't know if you were able to capture exactly that the last time, but if Issa can go, excuse me, all the way across the Potomac River. Michelle, I think that I know we're a little bit far away. 4 different emergency vehicles just screaming by us here on the George Washington Parkway. But that different response there along the Potomac, it's hard for me to tell exactly where that is, but that response gives you a good indication of just what kind of a night it is here in and around Reagan National Airport in the district. You see some planes that are flying over, really some helicopters, I believe, at this point that are flying over. Unknown what kind of helicopters there are, but the different emergency vehicles that are lined up along the Potomac there gives you an indication of just what kind of response we're seeing in the district here. At this point, we're still not able to tell you where some of these boats have been put in the water. We're still working on that. And refreshing Twitter and other different social media platforms to figure that out. As you said, Michelle, not a whole lot of information from that American statement, just that American Eagle Flight 5342 with service from Wichita to Reagan has been involved in an incident. We'll give you more information when that comes available. But clearly a search and rescue operation, plane colliding with a Black Hawk helicopter from what we're hearing as well from the MPD. So many different agencies involved here, and this again is the best vantage point we've been able to get here at Gravelly Point. We're going to continue to try and press some of our contacts and talk to the folks out here about what they're seeing. I was also, Michelle, talking to someone who lives, and I'm going to look at my phone because I was chatting with them on social media, but they said that they live on Joint Base Anacostia and they heard it. So, Michelle, one can only imagine what that sounded like now that we know that there was a helicopter and a plane unbelievably colliding midair. So we're going to continue to try and ask that person to get some more information for us. Michelle?
Yeah, this likely disturbed a lot of folks. The sound of that bang would be significant when you consider it is a 65-passenger regional jet, and that helicopter, commonly called a Black Hawk, we understand, is a very large utility helicopter. We should also point out we don't know how many people were on board that. Josh, thank you. We do want to show you that flight path again. And I want to pull this up because I think this is important to show you just the geography here. You have Reagan on one side. As we zoom in, we're going to get you situated right there. So Reagan would be on the left side of your screen. And then on the right side would be Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. So for those who may be unfamiliar, who were perhaps wondering why would a Black Hawk be in this area, well, it is not uncommon, especially if you live in this area for a number of years, to see a lot of these training missions happen at all hours in the day and the night as well. So we know that Joint Base Anacostia Bowling is right there, and then you have geographically right across the river, you have Reagan National Airport. So that would explain why they're within the vicinity. But the key question is going to be, what about all that flight awareness technology that should have alerted the pilots that these two planes were too close together? A lot of unanswered questions, and that investigation is not even close to starting because they're in the search and rescue mode. Okay, we're going to take that down and again look at the live images as we take another view of the scene there, and it is going to be a long night. We heard from our Carl Willis, who told us that he is in a room at Reagan National Airport where a number of agencies are gathering right now. The NTSB and the FAA, they're going to be the lead on this investigation. They're likely only going to be able to give us preliminary information, that being the type of aircraft, any initial warnings or communications that they had with any of the pilots. So that is what we would likely hear from that news conference. It can take months for an investigation of this magnitude to be complete. We're getting some new information in right now. WMATA is now weighing in. The transit system has sent warming buses that is, to support rescue. We are working to assist Dulles Airport, this is a statement that I'm reading, with diverted flights by running extra Silver Line trains and to keep Silver open later to get people downtown. So this is having ripple effects for all forms of transportation in our area, and WMATA expressing the ways in which they are helping people navigate what is just a tremendous rescuers who are out there in the water right now. We have a new statement now that we want to get to. We want to show you more images. This looks like a new camera angle that we're able to show, and you can't exactly make out what is happening right there, but you can see the boats in the water, and it appears, okay, this camera is live. This camera is live. Let's go to a different camera. This one is a wider view, and I believe this is looking over the airport. And we should remind folks, if they were anticipating someone coming into town or taking off, there's a ground stop right now at Reagan National Airport, so it is going to be a while before the airport opens back up. We likely will get an update on that information when that news conference happens. So this is an unfolding situation where We don't have a lot of information to go to, but we do know that a lot of people heard and saw something tonight that right away they took to social media to share some of that. We're getting more reaction that is coming in. We have reaction now from Senator Ted Cruz. He is among those sharing his thoughts on social media, saying he is closely monitoring the situation at DCA. He will be receiving a briefing from the FAA tomorrow. And then we have some video. Do we have that for us? Is that ready? Okay, we're working on turning that video around. We want to remind our folks that are watching and joining us tonight that we have a team of reporters not only at the scene but working behind the scene to gather this information as it comes in through social media and different statements from lawmakers as well as those working this investigation. So this is really a team effort night where we are tapping into all of our resources to bring you the latest on this breaking news. Our VJ, our chief meteorologist, Veronica Johnson, is standing by because we were talking earlier, VJ, it doesn't appear that weather conditions in the terms of visibility and wind conditions were a factor, but you're focused on water temperature.
That's right. I'm focused on what's happening in the water. Of course, 35 degrees, that water temperature. It's really low, much lower than the actual air temperature. We're still in the lower 40s across the area, but the water temperature is at 35 degrees, of course, right in this area. So there's your perspective, Maryland, as well as D.C. We'll zoom right on in really tight to show you Reagan National there. So we're talking about this area right here in the Potomac. There's your runway, and that is the point in the water where the aircraft is in the water. And when you look at the amount of time that has passed since the aircraft went down, I mean, with hypothermia here, with a water temperature at 35 degrees, when it's less than 3 minutes with no protective clothing, you start to lose dexterity. And when you're looking at somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes of being in the water, folks can easily go unconscious. So the rescue crews, they're really racing up against time to get to folks as quickly as possible. But again, that water temperature now at 35 degrees. And we mentioned it was a day with clear skies out there. You can see some of the activity there in the distance. So we're in the 40s with the actual air temperature, 48 degrees. But the winds right now are fairly light, Michelle, out of the west-northwest at just 10 miles per hour, so down from those gusts that we had earlier today. But again, the water temperature 35 degrees, so folks start to lose unconsciousness at 15 to 30 minutes. And unfortunately, there's been quite some time that has passed since we've seen those images of the aircraft collide and go into the water.
All right, VJ, thank you for that important information in terms of a perspective on the weather conditions. We want to go to our other camera angle. This is of Dangerfield Park or Island. This is a lookout point, a favorite for many people in the area because on a beautiful day, it is a good view of watching the planes land at Reagan Airport, which is just across the river. You have a perfect line of sight for the airport and seeing those planes touch down and take off. And you can see that it is now a gathering point for people in the media and others to take in what is unfolding tonight. If you are just joining us as we are just beyond the half-hour mark of 10:30, I want to loop you in on what we are tracking here and run through the details of what we know so far. A regional plane has collided with a Black Hawk helicopter near Reagan National Airport. We know that flight was an American Eagle regional jet that was coming in from Witchita, Kansas. A plane like that has the capacity of about 65 people. Right now, it's unclear how many people were on board that plane. We are awaiting a news conference right now from the FAA, NTSB, and several other agencies, local and national, that are a part of this investigation right now. We can also tell you that there is a ground stop at Reagan National Airport as they try to, at this point, search for potential victims. There's an active water search that is happening. Conditions out there not the best for something like this. Obviously, VJ mentioned the water temperatures, but it also being nighttime adds another layer of challenges for those rescuers who are there. And this is a response that we're seeing from agencies. We're seeing a response from agencies all across the region, DC, Fairfax. This is an all hands on deck situation where as many people as they can pull into this investigation are involved. So we have a picture that we're now losing. So let's take another camera view. And this one sort of shows you just the vast amount of police and ambulances that are responding to this. This is something that we haven't seen in quite some time, a plane crash in our area. The last time that we had a crash near the Potomac River or in the Potomac River was back in 1982. That was also in the month of January, very frigid conditions. In fact, the Potomac was iced over. In that tragedy, we know several people died. There were some survivors. We are waiting to find out if there are any casualties tonight. We simply do not know. We're also waiting to hear the human side of the story, which is those who have loved ones on that flight who presumably were waiting for them to land at the airport. We are working together that angle of the story for you as well. As we look at the clock, it is now 10:37. We are awaiting a news conference from those agencies. Let's go back to one of our reporters. If we have Carl Willis standing by, I know he was in that room awaiting that news conference. If we can get to him to give us an update. Let me switch gears. And we have on the phone, as we look at this live picture, our meteorologist, Steve Rudin. Steve, thanks for joining us on the phone. Tell me what you heard or saw when this all unfolded at around 9 o'clock tonight.
Alrighty, so I was at home and I live in Old Town Alexandria, and I didn't hear anything. However, at around, say, I can't remember, but a little bit after 9, just a ton of fire trucks, a constant parade of fire trucks. I could hear them going down North Washington, heading down toward the GW Parkway, and police cars, ambulances. And at that point, I went online and I started to look around. I went to Flight Radar and I saw a bunch of choppers circling around an area, and that's where I am right now. I'm at Dangerfield Island, which is almost directly across the river from where it appears this incident happened. There are probably, I would say, at least 300 or more people here right now, a lot of news crews. The vantage point shows 3 very distinct areas of flashing rescue lights, ranging from Reagan National Airport to across the river over on the DC, Maryland side. And you can still hear, up until about, a steady stream of rescue squads going toward the airport. It's now quieter right now, but I am counting 1, 2, 3 choppers in the air right now, still doing searches that are over the water. I should make one other note that earlier today, we had wind gusts upwards of 30 to 40 miles per hour. It is nearly calm here right now. So those winds are not a problem, but these waters, as Veronica was mentioning, very, very cold. Parts of the Potomac recently, as a couple of days ago, had a sheet of ice on it. Where I am right now, the vantage point, it is not icy. However, the water temperatures are very, very cold.
Yeah, we were looking at temperatures around 35 degrees for that water temperature, so certainly frigid. Can you tell us, Steve, in terms of where you are, if you're able to see if the posture has changed? I know you've been out there kind of looking at the situation for some time now. Are you seeing more vehicles respond in terms of emergency vehicles, or are you seeing them shift to a different direction?
Well, right now I'm hearing yet another round of sirens, emergency vehicles. And you can literally, I mean, if you pan the river, I'm at Dangerfield Island. For those of you who don't know where that is, it's right off the GW Parkway, just to the north of Old Town Alexandria. And I have a direct view right now of the control tower at Reagan National to the Washington Monument, the U.S. Capitol Dome. So from the Capitol Dome on is a steady stream of flashing red and blue lights. There's a little bit of break where the water is, another band of lights, which looks like it's more across the river. Perhaps that's where they're searching. And then there's 2 more clumps of lights. So I don't know how big this area is. We know that we saw the big flash in the video, that it happened above the surface. I don't know how high it was, and I don't know how far the debris may have spread, but there are lots and lots of people. Search 1, 2, 3 choppers right now that are in the air, and I can't even count how many rescue vehicles just by their flashing lights. There are just so many.
What about in the water? Are you seeing rescue boats in the water? We saw that earlier, but has that changed?
So from my vantage point here across the river, it does appear that there's clumps. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 clumps of rescue squads. I can't tell from this vantage point which ones are actually on the water or not. However, there's a very steady stream, and the choppers now seem to be going a little bit farther to the south in a location. I don't know what is happening over there, but there's also a lot of flashing lights in that one clump of rescue vehicles, and it's sort of separated from the rest of them. So I don't know what's going on in that smaller area, but then you can look around the perimeter over toward Reagan National, and you can see just a search and rescue effort that I've not seen around here, my goodness, in a long, long time.
Absolutely. And you said about 3, how many aircraft in terms of helicopters you see circling now?
Right now I'm counting 3,
okay.
and they're all at varying heights. And they seem to be scanning. I mean, they're sort of moving in a, I mean, I imagine there's some sequence in which they're moving, but they're definitely covering a pretty broad area of the river that is just to the south of Reagan National.
And Steve, not to put you on the spot, but I know one of your side hobbies is just fascination with aircraft. Do you have anything to add on that front?
No, I mean, American Eagle, I mean, they've been around a long time. They're a subsidiary of American Airlines, and these planes, these commuter planes, we think of these commuter planes from way back when with propellers and whatnot, but they're regional jets in essence. I don't know the exact type of plane this is. However, they hold quite a few people, and I think at one point, I don't want to even speculate how many people the plane holds, because I don't know what kind of plane it is, but some of these planes can hold upwards of 75 people. So they're not these small 25-seat planes that we're accustomed to seeing or remember seeing back in the day.
Yeah, you're right about that. This one, we understand, holds about 65 people, but you're right, as you pointed out, we don't know how many passengers were on board this flight. Steve, thank you so much for adding your perspective to all of this. We're going to come back to you later tonight, because we're going to be by from Dangerfield Island for us. So we want to bring in us about the conditions out there in the Potomac.
Right, so holding at 35 degrees right now. Haven't seen any change with that, but that still is a very low water temperature. Winds out of the northwest. They'll start looking at the water currents, which way everything is flowing. Right now it's a northwesterly wind, so that will be, I'm going to switch over to one of the maps here to zoom right on down to Reagan National here. If we can take the map for maybe a split second there on the other side. So we'll look at the winds northwest to southeast, so that water current will be more from north to south, allowing things to kind of flow, south out of the Potomac. But the water temperature, that's what is so critical, of course, running at 35 degrees. And what I mentioned earlier is that at 35 degrees, there's so much that just happens with the human body, right? You see at 35 degrees, under 3 minutes, that loss of dexterity. These folks on the plane, of course, without any gear on. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you would hope that we don't know how much time they had to prepare, if any of the vests or things like that you're often told to do in case of an emergency when you have these instructional videos before a flight takes off. But you're right, no one wants to be in those type of conditions because there is a significant risk of hypothermia, as you point out right there.
That's right, and just at 35 degrees, between that 15 and 30-minute pocket, folks start to lose unconsciousness being in the water. You lose awareness, unconsciousness, but like you said, we don't know what kind of time folks had to prepare before this happened. In the dark, you mentioned the plane crash in '82 in January. That really was weather related as well, with ice on the wings of the plane. In this instance, we've got less ice in the water, but at least the winds were light by this time. So winds were light, clear skies across the area, so we really don't know the factors that led to this incident this evening.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many questions about how this all unfolded because of all the technology on board these aircraft, especially the Black Hawk, that should have alerted them that they are too close in proximity to another aircraft. Our Carl Willis is standing by. Stay close, VJ. We're going to come back to you. Our Carl Willis is standing by, and he is at the airport where we're expecting an update. It looks like you changed locations. Carl, it looks like you're at baggage claim. Are you seeing families there? What's happening?
No, Michelle, we actually just turned right around here. We're in Reagan National Airport. As you can see now, I'm in Terminal 1 near the Frontier check-in ticketing line, actually. This is where Reagan National, the officials here, informed media to come for the briefings. This will be, hopefully, where we get the latest information from officials here at Reagan National, where, again, all takeoffs and landings have been suspended as this investigation goes on. You know, this is not the primary focus right now, but I can tell you there are 19 delays and 7 cancellations. That does affect a few people as this happens right out the window. If you look across the way here, you can see some of the flashing lights, the fire response that's happening so nearby here. Again, this is a quiet corner of the terminal, but out there you can imagine the energy that's being exerted trying to rescue and find whoever was on these flights. Again, this was an American Eagle flight that was coming from Wichita, Kansas, that crashed on descent, on arrival here, coming to runway 33 at Reagan National Airport. Again, MPD, along with DC Fire and EMS, they are working on that search and recovery and rescue, hopefully at this point. PSA Airlines flight, a Bombardier, a regional jet, it collided with a Sikorsky H-60 helicopter, a military helicopter, what we've been told, on trying to the flight that was trying to land here at DCA. So again, if we turn back around here, we can tell you that this is a staging area right now. Where hopefully we haven't been given an ETA exactly when this briefing is going to happen, but we can take it as soon as that happens. Again, we are in the ticketing section inside Terminal 1 and awaiting the very latest information on this tragic crash. Michelle.
All right, Carl, I have a couple of questions for you. I know you are standing by for that news conference, but if you can tell me, I would imagine with this ground stop, have those other flights that were scheduled for this evening, are they canceled and are folks leaving?
There are a number of delays, so 7 have been canceled, 19 are still in delay status right now, but with the extent of this investigation, you can imagine that's going to go on throughout the night. So it's unclear whether those flights that have been delayed will eventually be canceled. Again, that is affecting 19 different flights at this point, so that is something certainly to watch. But again, of course, all the focus is on that rescue mission that's happening on the Potomac right now.
Our Carl Willis live for us at Reagan National Airport, standing by for that news conference from the NTSB as well as the FAA. Carl, thank you. We want to go now. Former anchor on the line, Dave, it feels like I just talked to you. I think I did earlier tonight. Yeah. Who knew that this would be unfolding just a short time later? Dave, what can you tell us? I know in terms of just perspective, we were referring to that 1982 crash, and that's the last time we all really recall an event like this where there's a water rescue after an aircraft went down. How are you seeing the details so far? I know you were looking at some of those social media videos.
That and many other reports. Obviously, this is the big story across the country right now, and I wish we were doing this on a happier note, but unfortunately, we're not. One thing I do see, though, is the parallels between this and that January 13th, 1982 Air Florida crash, which happened. It's worth remembering during a snowstorm. The flight had been delayed for hours. It sat on the runway. It was de-iced by, if memory serves, maybe 1 or 2 times, but clearly not enough. As soon as the pilot took off, he realized that there was a problem, and the plane flew into the 14th Street Bridge. It happened during daylight, and so that's the difference between this flight. 74 on board, and I believe only 5 or 6 survived, including that one iconic picture of a member of the flight crew being pulled out of the water, obviously in great distress. It was a terrible thing. A very good friend of mine who was working for Channel 7 at the time as a photographer, George Patterson. He and Chester Panzer were the first two on the scene of that. And that long ago, that's something that George still doesn't like to talk about. One thing we should talk about, though, is as a result, almost directly of that flight, the impetus to develop what's known as the TCAS system, which is the in-flight radar, if you will. In our cars, we have things that tell us when we're following too close. Well, that's the analogy I can make to the TCAS. It's when planes are close together and are on a potential collision course, they're warned to break off and to move in other directions. TCAS was a direct result of that Air Florida crash back in 1982. Obviously, in the years of crash reconstruction that this is going to take, yes, we'll hear from the NTSB tonight, but this is only the very, very beginning of what will be a long and I trust exhaustive examination of what happened, how these two aircraft in what is very busy airspace, at the very least, turns out that National is the 24th busiest airport in the country. But even so, at night, and when you have these different kinds of aircraft at different altitudes and areas of flight, how it's possible, even with the best systems, to have just a horrible accident like this. And we've seen the video now, and there's no question that the two planes, two aircraft collided, and that the bigger of the two, the one flight, the fixed wing aircraft, went right into the water. Hard to tell what happened to the helicopter, but you have to presume that it did too, and that's why there is such a focus. Now, I will say, and these are just reports, but they are from credible news organizations, that there have been people pulled from the river, but they're described as bodies, which would indicate that they were not survivors. We hope against hope that there will be some, as there were in that Air Florida flight. But right now, as VJ told us earlier, with the water being as cold as it is right now, there is that very small window where you have to get people who might be otherwise medically compromised, perhaps unconscious, maybe not even breathing. You have to get them out of the river and try and immediately warm them up and see if you can't get them saved. There are so many aspects to this, and we're going to be talking about this and reporting on this, not just for days or weeks or months, but likely for years as well. Again, because I say this harkens back to that January 13th, 1982 Air Florida crash.
Yeah, and while you were speaking, Dave, we brought up that graphic that VJ created, because you're right, talking about the urgency that is required for a search like this. We know WMATA is sending those warming buses, but as you mentioned, the water temperature is so critical right now.
Right. The point where really, I mean, it's a very, very short amount of time to get to the people that are in the water. And, you know, this happened, what was the time that was recorded on this?
9 o'clock is when
9
they
o'clock.
reported.
So unfortunately, we're past that. You know, 30 minutes, up to 30 minutes where folks start to lose unconsciousness, well-being. So folks, you know, it could be that, you know, they may be underwater. Unfortunately, you know, we hope that's not the case. One of the things we talked about too when Dave was speaking was that as this continues, this rescue effort, is that the winds are going to stay relatively light. Skies in the morning should be mainly clear, so we're not talking about any rain here. That's going to come with around 37, 38 degrees, the actual air temp, and that means the water temperature could drop a few more degrees. degrees as well. We're at 35 degrees right now, so by morning that water temperature could be around 33 degrees.
What can you tell us about the force of the water current? Because a lot of times we see the Potomac River in images like this, and sometimes it can appear still, but it is a very forceful river.
It is, right. In big bodies of water, you can see that current move much easier. Right now, the winds are out of the northwest, and even though they're relatively light at about 5 to 10 miles per hour right now, it's still a current that would carry anything from north to south out of the Potomac, so more away from the area, of course, where the incident took place. I think that search will start to broaden by morning, certainly throughout the day tomorrow. But again, I like that we don't have any weather that's going to be moving in anytime soon. Rain, of course, in the forecast for tomorrow, but it's not going to be till late tomorrow around 10 to 11 p.m.
Okay.
And temperatures tomorrow afternoon should be in the 50s. Relatively quiet day to continue that rescue effort. But yes, current right now, we're looking at that along with the water temperatures that are just so low coming after a week of actual air temperatures that were in the 20s. You know, for those of us that make our way into work here, we know that the Potomac was iced over considerably more than we've seen it in quite some time. Just last week, before we got this little warm up.
Well, that's certainly favorable to hear that we don't have any serious weather moving in at least the next 24 hours. We have our Natalie Spala. She is at Dangerfield Park. Natalie, tell us what you're seeing where you are.
Yeah, Michelle, I can offer only perspectives going on here at Dangerfield Park. I mean, this is a very active scene in terms of people who are curious about what's going on. Right now, it is relatively quiet, and it's eerily quiet because all you can hear right now are a few small conversations taking place between people, and then the buzz of the choppers going the Potomac. And right now, there's no crews here, nothing in that regard, no fire, EMS. Very quiet, very still. A lot of people just curious about what's going on. The marina is packed right now. I see cars circling the parking lot. A lot of people trying to find a parking spot just to get a sense of what's going on here. But again, the sense is very eerie, very dark. A lot of people are very quiet, but again, just curious about what's going on. I want to step out of the way though, just so you can get a sense of what the scene is that people are taking in. And again, very quiet, very dark over here, but a lot of people, I'd say easily more than 100 people here right now, just very quiet, taking in the scene. And again, you see all the lights on the other side of the Potomac. Nothing in that regard going on, but you can hear that chopper, the buzzing of the chopper. It's very eerie, like I mentioned, but right now I can count 1, 2. That's pretty much it in terms of choppers in the air right now. Lots of lights, though, on the other side of the Potomac, just kind of adding to this scene. But right now I've spoken to a few people, some of them, or most of them actually, from the area close by where we are here at Dangerfield Park. They didn't see anything, didn't hear anything, but a lot of people were able to see this on the news, saw it on Facebook, wanted to come out here and see. And I also did speak with a few people who do mention that there has been a lot of activity in the air, especially in these last few days. Noises, images, just a lot of helicopters and airplanes, and that's pretty typical for this area right around DCA. But some people also did mention that they believe it was an increased presence in those aircraft days. So once again, a lot of people out here, cameras, TV crews, everyone wants to get a sense of what's going on. But again, like I mentioned, very quiet. A lot of people just curious and wanted to see that for themselves. Michelle?
Natalie, thank you for that report. Yeah, this is a story gaining national attention. Right now, we know that a lot of folks first hearing about this on social media. We saw some of those first images of the impact of the big blast in the sky, and that all caught our attention. Standing by right now is our John Rogers. He's at the alert desk checking some of the latest information. Okay, we're going to get to John in just a moment.
All right, Michelle, thank you. So we're just learning just moments ago more about this helicopter. We're told that this Black Hawk that collided with the plane had 3 soldiers on board and was coming from Fort Belvoir and was not carrying any VIPs. As we all know, it's very common to see these choppers flying above the Potomac. It often is used for travel in the D.C. area. So again, the Army has confirmed that this had come from Fort Belvoir. In the meantime, as you had mentioned, Michelle, all over social media, people were sharing these chilling images where you can see the flash, and in a moment you see a little zoom in here where you can see the what appears to be the collision caught on a CCTV camera, this pointing from the Kennedy Center. Very awful to see that. Many people on social media sharing these chilling images, including this, where you see the flight path from the plane as it's headed toward DCA, flying over the Potomac, and then sadly, the plane never fully arrives to the runway. The image here from Flight Radar has it stopping right there in the middle of the Potomac. The FAA, as we already know, has been putting up posts providing what little information they can at the moment on this latest in the situation. American Airlines confirming this. We are seeing responses from lawmakers. We'll get to that in a little bit. I'm going to send it back to you.
7 News on your side at 11 starts now. We begin with a breaking news alert.
Good evening, I'm Michelle Marsh. Major breaking news tonight as we come on the air. A regional passenger jet and an Army helicopter collide, crashing into the Potomac River. This is a live look at the large emergency presence on scene. Let's pull that up. You see it right there. New shocking video also appears to show the moment that the collision happens. The plane starting to land when it disappears behind what looks like a fireball. Right now, new details are trickling in, but here's what we know so far. Reagan Airport is shut down, the FAA issuing a ground stop. We know DC fireboats are part of this massive rescue response that's happening as we speak. 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board this plane. That is new information I want to highlight. If you've been with us for the last hour, we're getting the first information about the number of people who were on board. We know 3 military members were on board the helicopter. That also is new within the hour. Senator Ted Cruz, who chairs the Science and Transportation Committee, releasing a statement weighing in tonight, quote, "While we don't yet know how many on board were lost, we know there are fatalities." And we just got a statement from President Trump. He says, quote, "I have been fully briefed on the terrible accident which just took place at Reagan National Airport. May God bless their souls. Thank you for the incredible work being done by our first responders. I am monitoring the situation and will provide more details as they arise." I'm also hearing from my source from the FAA that the new transportation secretary is also reporting to the FAA headquarters to be a part of this investigation. What a way to step into a new role with a big plane crash just like this one. Well, folks, thanks for staying with us. We have live team coverage. We want to start off with Josh Chapin. He is right near that runway. Josh? All right, we want to move on. We have an issue with Josh's mic. Let's go to our Carl Willis.
Yes, Michelle, we are in Terminal 1 here at Reagan National Airport, a quiet corner of the terminal. That is likely by design because this is where we are hoping to get updates throughout the night. The Mayor, Muriel Browser, just tweeting that she has been briefed on all of this. Her prayers go out and hopes to update us pretty soon here. Now, Reagan National Airport, this is where halted for the night as this investigation happens. Reagan National asking media to come here for these briefings. But again, the big issue that's going on tonight, the big story is what's happening right across the way here. You can see the fire vehicles in the distance. We're going to continue to update you throughout the night. Michelle.
I'm going to jump in here. Sorry to cut you short, but we do have a news conference that's happening in Wichita, Kansas. Now, remember, that is where this flight departed from. Let's listen into what's being discussed there.
Eisenhower National Airport, and it just breaks our heart to hear something like this occur. And so it's devastating for everyone.
This route is a fairly new route, the direct flights to D.C., correct?
That's correct. The direct flights to DCA started a year ago, so January 8th of last year. And I wish I had more information, but if we have additional, we will be reaching out to everyone. So.
Will that be communicated via email or here, or what's the plan?
We'll do our best to get you the information as soon as we can. So whatever is appropriate for us, whichever medium. I wish I could tell you exactly or schedule time to come in, but that information is going to trickle to us. So I don't know yet, but we will share as much and as soon as possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So right there, you're hearing the tail end of what was a quick update, it seems, from the airport official spokesperson there in Wichita, Kansas. What I heard in the back end of that as they were wrapping was that this was a new route that they started as of January of last year. So they'd been doing it roughly a year, Wichita to DCA. Not sure that is a significant factor in what happened here, but that is some new information that we're just getting. We want to go to our Josh Chapin. He is standing by. He's been on this now, Josh.
Well, Michelle, it is just quite a night. I've been getting text messages from just about everyone around the country asking what was going on, what's happening, trying to answer them as best I could and help you guys sort of dice we could get. Gravelly Point, this is a spot where we know so many of you come to watch the airplanes come in and land, a beautiful spot to do that here, to watch the planes land at Reagan National Airport. This is now a spot initially about an hour ago is where a number, like dozens of emergency crews and fire trucks were staging. We saw boats here, but now if my photographer Isa can go in and show you what's going on, metro buses that have been parked here. We don't know if these are potentially warming buses for the folks who have gone, the divers maybe who have gone into the water and need a spot to get warm. We don't know if this is a spot where potentially any survivor. No, but that is the newest piece of information that I've seen across the street. There are a number of different police cars and different other uniformed personnel that are there, and then those buses, again, the buses that have been put here by Metro, and we're trying to figure out exactly what that is. But we have been around the district tonight, watching the lights and the sirens all over. We went down to the Navy Yard to try and get a vantage point over there. But again, we're trying to figure out exactly what is going on over here. Gravelly Point, one of the staging areas for the DC Fire, EMS, Metro Police, and now these Metro buses. We'll keep you posted throughout the night. Michelle?
All right, good stuff there, Josh. Thank you. We do know that those buses that you mentioned, they are there as a warming station. So if people are pulled from the water, they can go inside those buses. WMATA putting out a statement earlier today saying they were sending those buses to support this rescue mission that is happening. They're also letting us know that they're working to assist Dulles Airport with diverted flights, some flights possibly landing there instead of DCA because of the ground stop. And they're also running extra Silver Line trains to keep also the Silver Line open later for folks who perhaps are using Metro to get home. We also have some new information. This is just coming in. That ground stop is going to extend until 5 in the morning. That is the latest word that we are getting on that ground stop. So if perhaps you had a flight for tomorrow, know that if it was an early morning flight. Let's take a listen.
I was reporting a CRJ and a helicopter crash into the Potomac River.
Officer advised there's a helicopter in the water. Been found by boats retrieving injured. They're looking for the aircraft at this moment.
So those are the first audio sounds that we are hearing in response to this tragedy that has unfolded in the Potomac River. We know the black box will be critical. It's often called the black box, but it's actually a bright orange color. But a flight data recorder is going to be key because that is what holds a lot of the electronic data that can reveal to investigators after the fact what was happening, what the measurements of certain tools were showing moments before this impact happened. We want to check in again with our Natalie Spalla. She is live for us, along with Steve Rudin. They are both at Dangerfield Park. What are you guys seeing from where you are?
Yeah, Michelle, well, we can truly just offer perspective at this point, what the scene looks like here at Dangerfield. And I can say it is pretty packed in terms of a lot of the people who have been parking, kind of rotating the parking lot, trying to find parking spots and just trying to get a sense of what this scene is right now. And I can say it's a little eerie. I used that word earlier, and that's because there's no emergency vehicles, no sirens, no lights over here. It's just people wanting to get a sense of what's going on right now. So a lot of people with their phones, with their cameras, a lot of camera crews like ours here tonight, again, looking out across the Potomac to see the sirens on the other side. But yes, very quiet. Steve, you were one of the first people here, actually. You live close by.
I live in Old Town, and
Old Town.
it was regular evening.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden I heard a lot of choppers, and then at that point a lot of fire trucks. So the search and rescue effort is expansive. Old Town, Alexandria, Arlington, across the river in the district, Prince George's County. What's interesting is that we hear the helicopters that are behind us. There are 3 that are circling. And to show you just how big this search and rescue effort is, this chopper, one of them that I'm looking at right now, is from the Maryland Natural Resources Police, and they're based out of the Eastern Shore in Eastern Virginia, Maryland. So they've traveled all the way across the bay to get over here along Radar 24, a fantastic tool to show you just how they've been circling around dozens and dozens of times as you look. And I don't know if we can get this here. I'm going to try to pull up one of these planes here just to show you just how much they've been circling, how many times. My phone doesn't want to cooperate with me on this one. But I can assure you, I mean, the search and rescue effort is something I've never seen before.
Yeah.
And we mentioned the ground stop. It's at Reagan National Airport. It's going to stay until 5 p.m. A lot of flights have also been diverted over to Dulles International Airport, to BWI Marshall. And this airport, generally, the flights end at around 11:30. You might find a later flight that comes in, because I can hear them often when they're landing down the river because of noise abatement. But the search crew continues. I just want to show you, we'll step out of the way here. I'm going to step right over here. I'll grab this. And Marco, if you could just show, there's actually like 3 distinct areas where they're doing all the searching right now, and Natalie can also see this also. If you look over toward one end, that's where you have a lot of search and rescue. I don't know if that's in the water or not, and then as you head closer to Reagan National Airport, you can see the U.S. Capitol Dome in the background. So Natalie, I will step in here again.
It's scattered up all across the river, and you can understand why it's a little bit different over on this side as opposed to what's going on behind us, just because the lights, none of that is here, none of the noise is here, just that buzzing that is truly what we're hearing.
One other note that, earlier today we had wind advisories for the area with wind gusts upwards of 30-40 miles per hour. That advisory is down, and there's a little bit of a breeze here right now, so that's definitely going to help aid with the search and rescue. However, the water temperatures, as Veronica's been saying, they're only in the 30s. I mean, not freezing. Part of the river had a layer of ice on it up until a couple of days ago. Today, we had a high temperature that was well above 60 degrees, but that doesn't really help with the water temperature.
Just an awful way to end a day where a lot of us were happy about the warmer temperatures that we haven't seen here in quite some time. Michelle, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
You guys point out something that is so key to all of this, the water temperatures, and VJ has been looking at this. VJ, you have some new perspective on how that water temperature really affects the body.
Just the science here. Water transfers heat away from your body 25 times faster than air. That's 25 times faster than air that water carries that heat away. I started out looking at 9 o'clock this evening, shortly thereafter when the incident happened. 35 degrees, the water temperature for the Potomac, 35 degrees and holding right now. So let's get some perspective. So right here, this little tip, that's Haynes Point, that's Reagan National. Here's the runway that we were talking about, potentially where that craft was about ready to land. But right there, the blue spot, that's the water. This is the whole area just around Haynes Point where the rescue effort is taking place. Again, 35 degrees, that water temperature. So these are just the facts in terms of hypothermia, what happens to the human and its movement, and that is with no protective clothing, which is likely what the folks on the plane, you doubt that anyone really had any time to put on anything significant. Unconsciousness in 30 minutes, and unfortunately 90 minutes situation not looking good.
All right, VJ, thank you. I'm just seeing some new reporting that we have not independently confirmed this just yet, but reporting that the military Black Hawk helicopter has been located upside down in the river. John Rogers is at the alert desk tracking a lot of reaction that is coming in. Governor Wes Moore weighing in. Who else are you seeing remarks from?
Oh, a lot of remarks, Michelle. And also to point out, we also did learn that that chopper came from Fort Belvoir, was carrying 3 passenger flash right there. This is what's being shared all throughout social media. This is one image from the Kennedy Center where in just a moment you're going to see right there the glowing flash. Very frightening and terrifying to see these images. You'd mentioned that we're hearing from lawmakers. I want to go to some of that reaction right now. Governor Wes Moore, as you'd mentioned, said he's disheartened to hear about this. He's raised its emergency operations center to enhanced. They've deployed divers to the scene to assist. Maryland DNR police are also on scene. Mark Warner, I'm closely monitoring the situation. My thoughts are with all the victims and first responders as they address this concerning and tragic incident. And Tim Kaine also said, I'm praying for all involved. One thing to point out here, just last year, these two senators from Virginia were very concerned about air traffic at Reagan National because there were efforts to increase the number of flights there. They were worried about this being one of the busiest airports in the country, and sadly, they were concerned about situations like what we're seeing here tonight. Don Beyer, congressman, he's saying that he's in touch with airport officials. This is obviously very worrying. I urge the community to please let first responders do their jobs and save lives. And then also Senator Jerry Moran from Kansas, learning about the plane inbound from Kansas involved here. Please join me in praying for all involved. And we're just seeing even more, we're seeing videos from people. This is something that's very chilling that people are sharing, where they're showing the flight path of the plane, and then as it goes over the Potomac, you just see the flight path simply stop. A very chilling scene there, Michelle, and we're still collecting a lot of reactions from people, even in the air, that were rerouted from this. I'm going to collect that, and I'll share that with you soon. Yeah,
we can't forget the human element to all of this. You and I mean, everyone knows the feeling of waiting for a loved one, right, John? To land at the airport and to have news like this, you know, come up on your phone while you're waiting. I just can't imagine the anxiety that those folks to anticipate. John, thank you. We know that the FAA and the NTSB will be leading this investigation. And I just want to point out that there are two types of flight recording devices. Of course, you have the flight data recorder. That preserves the recent history of the flight through the recordings of several different, dozens, in fact, of parameters that it tracks per second as that flight is in motion. And then you also have the cockpit voice recorder. Those two pieces of equipment, sometimes they're combined as one, but that device is going to be critical in figuring out what was happening on board that plane in the moments that led up to this point of impact, that crash. We don't know in terms of the helicopter. I'm not sure of the capabilities of that in terms of voice data recordings. Our Dave Lucas is standing by. Dave, do you know what kind of recording devices might be on the chopper that may lend some insight into what happened as investigators try to gather all of the evidence and figure out how something like this could happen?
I don't know about the Black Hawk. There are some rotor wing helicopter aircraft that do have cockpit voice recorders. It's the flight data recorder, though, that will be the real value here. But to be able to hear the voices between the cockpit of the smaller of the regional jet and Reagan National will be invaluable too, if there was any warning to be heard or had about the helicopter that was close by. I want to amplify on something that John was talking about just a minute ago, and there is no question that moving forward, after we get beyond just the horrible notion of what has happened tonight there in the Potomac, this crash is almost certain to renewed debate over safety at Reagan National, because last year, turns out as part of legislation to fund the FAA, Congress added 5 additional round-trip flights, and the decision came over the objection of the D.C. area congressional delegation, and that delegation has long argued that the airport is at capacity and adding more flights could compromise its ability to operate safely. Now, again, remembering, this was a conference. It's been about a year or so that this flight has been operating between Kansas and there at DCA. But you always are sharing that airspace with other aircraft. In this case, it was that Black Hawk that had taken off from Fort Belvoir, and the two apparently collided. One thing that I think is important here, and you've been talking about the river itself, is also probably useful to know the depth of the river, and it varies between about 15 and 30 feet where the dredge channel is located. It can be as deep as 80 feet in some places, but that tends to be a little bit farther on the other side of the bridges there. But we're talking about enough water and water that is, in the best of times, got lots of stuff floating in it and on it. This is a long river that flows by a number of forests and wooded areas. You pick up that kind of flotsam and jetsam in the water and a lot of other stuff, and then it starts flowing through an urban area. You get that kind of stuff too. So there's lots to digest here, and we will be doing that over the long period of time. Right now, we're just in that horrible period where we're coming to grips with what is definitely a mass casualty tragedy.
You're right about that. And as you were speaking, Dave, I pulled up a remark, a quote from those senators. You were talking about the conversation that's likely to evolve about the amount of traffic and volume at DCA. And I was able to dig into our archives here and find a statement from Senators Warner and Kane. And they said, as the House and Senate work toward a final FAA reauthorization bill, we urge you to reject any proposal to add additional flights at an overburdened DCA, which would negatively impact service and increase delays and cancellations for all passengers. At this point, we don't know that any of that would have made a difference in this case, but you're right, that debate is likely to come up once again, given our very busy airspace. Dave, thank you so much for that.
Yes.
And really quickly, we've been talking a lot about these different aircraft that were involved. We want to show you what they look like. You can see on your screen right now, on the left is a Black Hawk helicopter, and on the right is what a PSA American Eagles plane looks like, which we understand had about 60 passengers on board. Now to our Carl Willis. He is standing by. He is at Reagan National Airport. He's been there for hours now. We're waiting on this NTSB FAA news conference to start. Does it look like it's any closer? My hunch is no, because you just stepped out of the room and you're in the terminal.
No, that press conference will happen in this terminal, hopefully right here behind me. And an update since the last time I spoke with you, we're told that newser should happen at 11:30. So in just a few minutes here, I can tell you that we are in a quiet corner of this terminal, and that's likely by design to keep us away from, as you mentioned, that human element, people who are awaiting their loved ones who possibly are coming here for answers. We will be away from them as we get briefed by some of the officials who are over this rescue mission. And take a look here behind me. This has changed in just the last few minutes. This has been flashing intermittently, but it is now permanently up on the flight boards here. Reads, due to an emergency situation, all flights are being held on the airfield. Additional information will be available as it is received. For customers on departing flights, please check with your airline representative. And that goes for if you have a flight in the morning. And since we talked to you last, we've also been told that ground stop here for landing and departing flights, that is going to be in place until 5 a.m. So something to keep in mind here. I've been looking on FlightAware throughout the night. So far, there are 7 cancellations and 19 delays. So again, that is likely going to continue on throughout the morning. But once again, we're expecting that update by 11:30 tonight. We'll be standing by and bring that live to you once that happens. Michelle.
That could be extended as well, because there's just so much to this investigation.
That is highly likely, Michelle. Just the scope of this investigation, the fact that there are still fire boats and EMS and police standing by and being involved in that recovery mission and that rescue mission right now. So, you definitely want to call in ahead. And if you have loved ones who are coming into town, let them know as well that this ground stop is happening again until 5 a.m.
We're seeing some reporting that some of these flights that were supposed to land at DCA have been diverted to Dulles. What more can you tell us about that effort?
Aircraft in the area that they can be diverted, and that's nothing but a Uber ride or a little bit farther for your loved ones to go to pick you up. So that has been happening. I can also tell you, this is DC, of course. So you can imagine the people who were landing, who were supposed to land before and after. I saw a tweet earlier tonight, or a post on X rather, that Representative Eric Swalwell of California landed at 8:42, just minutes before this crash happened. So in the coming days, we'll learn more about just who witnessed and who was in the vicinity when this tragedy happened. Michelle.
Okay, Carl, thank you so much. And as soon as that news conference starts, we will get back to you. Thank you. On the phone now is our Tom Rousey. Tom, thank you so much for joining us tonight. You cover transportation so well in the Alexandria area. What are you seeing and what kind of workarounds can you recommend?
They said they wanted me to come on and talk a little bit about some of my coverage in the past for how busy DCA is, Michelle.
Okay, we can start there as well, because that's something I was discussing with John Rogers, Dave Lucas, and the push to dial back some of the volume that we've seen at that airport. Both senators from Virginia were very outspoken last year about that issue when it came up.
That's right. Last year, the Congress overall approved adding some long-distance flights to the airport, and there were some opponents, among them the airport's authority itself. And one of several arguments that they gave was that it's already so busy that to add more flights could potentially, create a safety risk. Now, the adding to the flights, as far as I know, had absolutely nothing to do with what happened tonight. However, one of the things they argued was that it's such a busy airport. And of course, Reagan National, it's unique because, unlike Dulles, which has 4 runways, Reagan technically has 3, but it really only has one main runway, and then it has 2 smaller ones that crisscross the main runway. So it does all this volume, but it can only use one runway at a time because they all cross each other. And in fact, the flight tonight was going to land on one of the smaller of the 2 runways. It's called runway 33. So it was headed, instead of like a straight, almost north-south landing on the main runway, is one of the 2 smaller ones there. Smaller planes land on that runway all the time, so there's nothing unusual about that. Obviously, there should not have been a helicopter in the way. But again, it is a very busy airport, especially when you consider how few runways it has and the fact that it can only use one of them at a time. And in fact, the main runway, which again was not the one this plane was headed towards, is considered the busiest commercial runway in the entire country because Reagan National does so much with so little overall acreage on the ground, Michelle.
Yeah, you're right. As you're speaking, I know you're not near a TV right now, possibly, but Tom, we're showing just the length of the runway. That's a factor also for flights and pilots that are landing there. Again, we don't know what played a role in this particular crash, but we're just sharing with our viewers what we know about this airport, some of the challenges that it has a history of. And as you referenced, that runway really is one of the busiest runways in the country because, as you said, it really comes down to just one runway.
Yeah, you can only use one at a time because they all crisscross each other. And I used to live within sight of Reagan National Airport and its runways. And if you've ever just, been able to watch it from kind of up high all day long, it is one plane after another, either had this controversy over adding more flights last year. Ultimately, they approved adding 5 more round trip flights a day. So it's not a major change. But again, one of the things they said was this is already such a busy airport. And at the time, I think the big concern was that, air traffic control might clear 2 planes to be in the same spot at the same time. And there have been some near misses where, one plane on one runway that crisscrosses the main one and one on the main one have had incidents where they came, way too close to potentially having a collision. It hasn't happened. Was the possibility of a plane hitting a military helicopter or anything like that at the time. But again, the argument was this is so busy, it just creates potentially more opportunities for accidents.
Yeah, and speaking of, we know that air traffic control nationwide are understaffed. And we don't know that was a factor in this, but there are going to be questions that are likely to come up in this news conference that was supposed to start at 11:30, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit later than that. But there will likely be questions about how air traffic control was involved in this. Did they have time? Did they see these 2 objects on their radar? And what was the communication in real time like between the pilot of the regional jet and the helicopter? Now, while you were speaking, Tom, I know you mentioned that the discussion last year was about adding more long-distance routes. We did hear in a news conference just a short time ago over in Wichita, the airport spokesperson there, where this flight originated from, he did mention that this was a relatively new route. Do we know if this was a route that was perhaps added when that legislation was approved?
This was not. They recently which routes would begin service. I'm going to have to check, but I don't believe they've actually begun yet. But the Wichita route was not one of them. The Wichita route started separately from this whole long distance controversy.
Okay, Tom Rousey on the phone for us. Thank you so much for hopping on this breaking news coverage. Our Natalie Spalla is standing by. She's at Dangerfield Park, and our Steve Rudin is joining us. You guys have been out there for quite some time. I know a lot of onlookers as well as additional news crews are out there. Can you tell us, has anything changed? We were showing a helicopter view of that water search. It looks pretty dark behind you, but not far away. That search is still in full swing.
Yes, exactly. And you mentioned the onlookers. I mean, that has not exactly changed. We continue to see people walk in from the parking lot, kind of find their spot along the shoreline here and kind of just take a look at what's going on behind us here along the Potomac. And again, there's not much going on here in terms of no emergency vehicles, no lights, no sirens. That's all behind us on the other side of the Potomac. But Steve,
and what's interesting here is that, on Flight Radar, I'm going to have Marco zoom in on this if he can. This is the U.S. Park Police, and you can see just how many times they've been circling around. And there are 3 choppers that are up there right now. We tracked one earlier that came all the way from Easton, Maryland, and that's on the eastern shore, so it went across the bay, all to show you just how big this search effort is across the area. The winds, we've noticed, starting to pick up just a little bit more, and it is a bit on the breezy side at this point, but it's nothing like we had earlier today. And as Tom Rousey was mentioning, we think of the airports and just how busy they've been. I live in Old Town Alexandria. I work in Roslyn. I travel the GW Parkway day in and day out. I cannot tell you how many times I have seen larger planes abort takeoffs, or abort landings, I should say, where you see them coming in and then all of a sudden they zoom up. And I often see that or hear that over my house in Old Town when all of a sudden they make a hard turn and then accelerate to get back up again. And it happens more often than not. I don't know what the research is on that in terms of, but it's a very busy airport. And like I said, there's 2 main runways for the most part. And the diagonal runway is the one that I believe that this plane was landing in. And then there's, of course, that main runway. But my goodness, what a horrible, horrible event. And of course, for those who have been around here a lot longer, and we were talking about it earlier, we think of the Air Florida flight that was back in the early 80s, and a much different situation where they had a lot of ice and a lot of snow, and that it was over by the 14th Street Bridge, and many of you might remember those pictures from that event. But we can only imagine, and our hearts go out to all the folks who are out there right now and the rescue teams, because I mean, just looking around right now, I'll hand you the mic. I'll just step out over here. Sorry, excuse my back. I mean, there's hundreds of people out here right now that are searching, and you can see that one chopper right up there. For some reason, they've been scanning the area in this right here. I don't know a whole lot, or I'm not an expert on river hydrology. However, low tide is going to happen around 3:15 this morning. High tide again will be at around 8:30, and you can see another chopper, even Marco, off into the background here. Now that's really more over the Old Town Alexandria area. You see those 2 choppers. I'm going to pull out my flight radar right now. They all have their lights, and it looks like they're looking for something over there, because you can see their searchlights are scanning. And I'm just going to pull this over, and that's actually right on the tip of North Old Town Alexandria. And so I am very curious.
Yeah, well, if you can try to pull that up, we'll try to see where that specific aircraft came from. But just to touch on what you mentioned about the onlookers, and again, you're very close to the area. You live right down in Old Town Alexandria, and you can attest at just how busy this area is in terms of aircraft. And we spent a few minutes speaking with people who had decided to come here and get a look for themselves, and a lot of them close to the area. They didn't see or hear anything, but they saw it spread like wildfire on social media or on the news, on 7 News, and they wanted to come out here and see what it was. But a lot of them did mention to us that it is so busy out here, and they know exactly what it's like.
Yeah, and one thing that we should note also is that, this is a major news event here. And I was walking when I was waiting for you and Marco to come up here. We have news crews, international news crews here, and this is the story that we're going to hear a lot about. And of course, we're going to keep you updated on 7 News.
We'll send
Michelle?
it back to you guys.
All right, thank you both for your coverage. We do want to mention that CNN is reporting that The Black Hawk helicopter that was involved in this collision was on a training mission. And if you've lived in this area for any amount of time, you know it's not unusual to see these trainings happen at all hours of the day and the night as well. So that is just some new information that we are able to say, that this Black Hawk helicopter was on a training mission. Our breaking news coverage continues right now. We have our Scott Thuman. He's on assignment in Panama, but he actually has a great perspective to offer tonight on this breaking news because he's preparing for a story and he just completed some helicopter training. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Michelle, this is strangely coincidental. As you pointed out, I'm on another assignment right now and I'm in Panama. But just previous to this, earlier this week, I underwent training for what happens when you're on a helicopter and it crashes into the water. And so that meant multiple simulations of being inside a reconstructed helicopter cabin, going into a body of water, violently flipping in different directions, and then having to know how to escape from that helicopter. And the only reason I bring all that up is because A, the obvious, you're looking at this particular situation right now, but B, it gives us a little bit of insight as to how crucial those first few moments are. The survivability when a helicopter crashes into a body of water, obviously it's a daunting prospect, but that does not mean that hope is lost. Keep in mind that a helicopter is very top heavy, right? The center of gravity is that rotor. So if it hits a body of water and survives the impact and the people inside also survive it, that chopper typically will tilt over pretty quickly and go upside down. And then it's up to those occupants to try and make their way out. A chopper fills up, as I learned during these simulations where we were in this this constructed simulator and watched the water rise. And you have maybe 3-4 seconds to take a big, deep breath, push out a window if there is a window in place there at one of the pressure points. In this case, a Black Hawk often has that large door that you see when it's flying by, and make your way out. But it's incredibly disorienting. You know, we did this while it was daylight. I could see the lights outside and above the water. In the dark, that's what they talk about, is just how challenging it is because you don't know where you are once that chopper starts to turn in the water. And so often the mistake is made by people where they swim in the wrong direction, actually go down when trying to escape instead of up toward the surface. It's very, very disorienting. It's difficult even to imagine how quickly all of that happens and how much water comes in so fast. And then the other aspect of it is, if you are able to escape okay, how do you survive in such cold water? We were learning in more of the tropical method rather than the cold method, but we were taught about each tactic. And a lot of it was instantly making sure that you have your PFD, that you have your personal flotation device, you curl up in a ball, you try and maintain body warmth until you can be rescued. But again, a lot of this is hypothetical. We don't know exactly what the scenario there is in the water, only that what I went through this week with this training, the timing is obviously very relevant to this, but it also paints a very grim picture. It's a difficult thing to do. And we can only hope, because in this case, as you pointed out, these are military members. They've been through extensive training to be on these helicopters. They were doing training, as you've pointed out, at night, and hopefully had all the precautions in place. But it is a very difficult and challenging prospect here.
And as you were speaking, Scott, I was thinking just how difficult that would be in normal circumstances, but you compound that with the fact that this is unfolding at night, and you talk about just losing your sense of direction. I would imagine your training was in the daytime. Adding another level of just complexity to the situation is the fact that this is all happening in the dark.
Yeah, and in fact, when they do training for people like NASA, for SpaceX at these same facilities, they'll have them blindfold for part of these exercises. You'll go through repetition after repetition. In our case, I did 6 iterations of surviving a crash in the water, but they will do many more, and they'll at times do them blindfolded just because you can't rely on any sort of light in those situations. And again, you may have oxygen, you may have that on your hip. Oftentimes that's the case, many times it's not, and then it is simply taking a breath of air and trying to escaping it to the surface as quickly as possible.
Well, that perspective is very timely. We thank you so much for sharing that with us. We're all praying that there is some good news to come out of this with survivors.
And Michelle, if I can point out real briefly, Yeah, just, it was maybe 15 years ago when I was first reporting for Channel 7, but we did a simulation, not a simulation, we did an actual exercise in a jet that was trying to maintain one of these automatic landings at Reagan National Airport. In other words, it was on autopilot for landing, and they brought us up in this jet to show that they were doing so, or they were trying to do so, and see if that made it safer to land at the airport. Because as you know, when you fly into Reagan, you're on this very strict flight path. I mean, there is no room for deviation. And sometimes it's kind of a herky-jerky moment as you're coming that they have been practicing and talking about for a very long time. It's way too early to speculate as to what the path may have been here for these two to collide. But nonetheless, the point being that it is a very, very small path that you are supposed to maintain. And if one deviates or another, gets in the way, there's just not a lot of room for error there.
Yeah, we're certainly seeing that play out tonight. Scott, thank you so much for adding your perspective to this breaking news as it unfolds tonight. We want to get over to our John Rogers. He's at the alert desk. And John, D.C. Mayor now speaking out about this crash. What is she saying?
Yeah, she just put out a short statement on Twitter saying our prayers are with everyone involved, and we'll keep the public updated as more information becomes available. And we are getting more information by the moment, Michelle. As Scott was talking, I saw an update from our partners at CNN. They're saying that fatalities have been confirmed. Law enforcement says there are confirmed fatalities and that rescuers have not yet pulled any survivors from the water. The rescue efforts continue. As far as the chopper, we do know there are 3 soldiers on board from Fort Belvoir. I'm going to get some more statements. Just again, want to show you this video. People sharing all over social media of the collision, seeing the flash in the sky. We're seeing a lot of stories being told through this. Planes being diverted to Dulles. This flight here, a lot of people watching news coverage, they're being diverted away from Reagan over to Dulles. This is an interesting perspective. This was a video of this guy, Kyle. He shot this a few days ago, taking off from Reagan. You can see just how close Black Hawk helicopters were flying near the airport, just on the other side of the icy Potomac River. And so, again, we do know that this helicopter was on a training flight. We did learn that not too long ago. And you can just see how close these choppers fly to the aircraft landing and taking off from Reagan Airport. We did hear from President Trump earlier. We are hearing from Vice President Vance. Please say a prayer for everyone involved in this mid-air collision. We're monitoring the situation. Secretary Kristi Noem, she said she's deploying every available U.S. Coast Guard resource for search and rescue efforts in this horrific incident over at DCA. We also just learned from the Airline Pilots Association that they're saddened by this. They're also sending teams to be involved in the investigation here. Clearly a number of agencies involved in this. I believe it was Carl earlier referenced Eric Swalwell. He landed this evening roughly 20 minutes or so before this collision. He flew in from Texas as fine survivors. Clearly we're all hoping for the best. WMATA, they posted this, clearly trying to respond as well. We have talked about these buses, but clearly with a number of passengers flying over now to Dulles instead of Reagan, Metro is making accommodations to try to get them back to Reagan, allowing trains to go to Metro Center, than having Metro buses available. So if you do have family members that are flying in tonight, that's we need to know that they're likely going to have to take the Metro from Dulles over to the Metro Center, and then Metro buses will take them to Reagan. We also are hearing about a lot of confusion with, frankly, a lot more aircraft being sent to Dulles. I'm going to post some of those posts a little later, but a lot of confusion with all the aircraft there, so it's going to take a lot of time to get the passengers out of that airport. Secretary Sean Duffy, just new to the job. I've spoken with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and various officials. They're going to help on this scene, and so we're going to continue to monitor the response on social media, and I'll check back with you in a little bit, Michelle.
All right, John, thank you for that. And we do want to include in our reporting here tonight that we're just learning that DCA will remain closed until Friday at 5 a.m. So if you have travel plans, this is definitely going to impact you and likely to have a ripple effect across the country. Again, DCA airport will be closed till 5 o'clock. Now, as I'm looking at the clock right now, it is 11:45. We were expecting a news update from the FAA and NTSB at 11:30. If you're standing by waiting for that, we are too. You haven't missed it. As soon as it happens, we will take you there live. Meantime, we have some new video coming in. This will be new video that I am seeing Okay, new details coming in. Fatalities have been confirmed. Rescuers, we're hearing, have not pulled any survivors from the water. Say that again, I'm hearing from my producer. We're hearing the plane is in pieces. That is definitely heart-stopping information. Fatalities and no victims have been pulled from the water. Our thoughts and prayers are with those families. Many of them we know are waiting at the airport, hoping for a miracle. We are too. We want to get to our Josh Chapin. He's standing by for us on what is a tremendously difficult night. As we get confirmation that there are fatalities out there, Josh, we know you've been standing out there trying to gather as much as you can at a distance. You've been out there for almost 3 hours now. Give us an update on what you're seeing.
Well, Michelle, I just heard you say that on the air. It is, I mean, it's chilly out here, but that is bone-chilling information. I mean, as you said, these people just trying to fly tonight, and who knows, you know, something like this so tragically could have happened. I just want to get you up to speed as to what we've been seeing, where we are. We've been at Gravelly Point, not too far, just like an exit away from Reagan National Airport. We have been all over the city looking for the best perspective of what we could see, any of the rescue efforts, any of the boats going in the water. I know Natalie and Steve are in a different place, but we're here again at Gravelly Point, which is a really popular spot to watch the planes coming in and going. For a while, this was a spot where a number of different emergency responders were staged. They have since moved all around, and we talked about the different law enforcement personnel that have been screaming down the George Washington Parkway here, Memorial Parkway. It has been a constant stream of folks, not just boats, but it felt like law enforcement agents of all different sorts and kinds. And I'll show you also at home, Michelle or Issa, if you could go into the buses we're seeing there. And John talked about this a little bit. Metro Police tweeting about this about 20 minutes ago, that they said that their MTPD lieutenant escorted warming buses to the incident posts. This is one of those incident posts. We don't exactly know where the other incident post is, but they said they've escorted the buses to the incident post to work with search and rescue officials to support this tragic response. We're working to assist, and like the rest of the world, are devastated for all who were affected by tonight's tragedy. So this is one of those staging posts. What's noticeable also is the number of people that have stopped, not just the media, but folks who are sort of slow rolling this situation, and it hasn't caused any traffic or any accidents like that, but has certainly we've seen Metro Police out here, all these people who are onlookers who are curious to know exactly what is going on. And if Issa can pan the camera over a little bit more, there's a Metro Police officer blocking the point of view, but there are, I mean, Michelle, it is impossible to put into perspective how many different cop cars, police cars there are in the distance working on the other side of the river here with the search and rescue efforts. And you get a good perspective as to the number of different helicopters that are going over the scene. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 helicopters that are going over this scene right now. Just to hear though what you said about that they haven't found any survivors. We're still praying that is not the case, and that there will be a different update when Carl gets that update at the airport. There was also a rumor for a while, which was dispelled, that there was a MPD helicopter that was involved in this crash. That is not the case. Again, just that Black Hawk helicopter and this regional jet coming in from Omaha. And it is clear a lot of people across the country are checking in on us. I've gotten texts from people saying, have you seen anything? Have you heard anything? I didn't hear that blast in midair, but certainly we have seen, that's the siren sound. Michelle's kind of burned in your brain right now when you hear it. You hear it all the time when you're here in Washington, D.C., but hearing it tonight, it's something different.
Right. right about that. Our hearts are with those families, and we're going to make sure we amplify that part of the story, the people who are impacted by all of this. Josh, thank you so much. And I do want to mention quickly here that the new Secretary of Transportation has posted on X that he is in touch with Mayor Bowser, Governor Youngkin, and the governor of Kansas as well, as they coordinate with the NTSB to work to get some more information about what happened. You're looking live right now at Reagan National Airport at one of the terminals where they are set up for a media briefing. This is now running about 20 minutes behind. We don't know exactly how much information we're going to get from this news update, but we are waiting. This will be our first taste of what information they can share with us since this all unfolded at 9 o'clock. We want to give some context now to what's happening outside weather-wise. VJ, you're standing by taking us through what the weather was like at 9 o'clock and then what the weather is going to look like for the next several hours, next 24 hours, as this search effort continues.
Exactly, yeah. So those air temperatures have been holding in the upper 40s, but the water temperature, that is still transfers heat away from your body 25 times faster than air does. Right now, that water temperature is still holding at 35 degrees. So that's less than 3 minutes where you start to lose dexterity with any protective clothing. And of course, we're way past the 90 minutes with expected time of survival for a lot of the rescue folks that are going in the water. They're still having to deal with the cold. Yes, they're prepared, but that water temperature, again, keep in mind, is still at 35 degrees. 47 degrees at Reagan National. The winds relatively light out of the west-northwest at just around 10 miles per hour. So your wind chill out there for the crews that have already been out there since shortly after 9 o'clock. That wind chill temperature will be dropping into the mid-30s by morning. So here's the point that we're talking about in the Potomac right there. There's Haynes Point. That's Reagan National in the runway where the plane was just about ready to land. Perspective here. And I put on the winds here. The winds are out of the northwest. So that also is the current. We're coming up on low tide right now. That'll have an impact on the current. High tide is just after 8 o'clock in the morning. But right now, a little bit of a current that's more from north to south with, again, relatively light winds currently across the area. For tomorrow morning, I'm expecting some clear skies. I'm expecting temperatures in and around D.C. to drop from 47 degrees where we are right now to about 38 degrees. But again, that water temperature still stands at 35 degrees right now and holding. So that's what the rescue crews are up against, is really operating in some very cold water. Not icy, but still quite cold. Michelle?
All right, VJ, thank you. We want to give you another live look at the podium that is set at Reagan National Airport. We're learning now that that news conference has been delayed until 12:30, so a full hour later than what we anticipated. But no worries, we will stay with this story until that news conference happens. You can also watch online. We're streaming this on WJLA.com. They're just testing the microphone, getting in position, but the latest word we got is that it will not happen until 12:30. So we just want to let you know we're keeping an eye on the situation there at the airport. Let's recap, because a lot has happened since we first came on air. This was the first piece of video that hit social media, and I want to walk you through what we're seeing here. That blast is the point of impact. That was the American Eagle that was flying from Wichita, Kansas, scheduled to land at DCA at around 9 o'clock. And that is the moment of impact that it had with that Black Hawk helicopter. We understand 3 people, 3 military members, were on board that helicopter when it went down. At this hour, there are fatalities. No survivors, we're learning, have been pulled from the water. This is another vantage point also posted to social media, and it's a zoomed out view, but you can get a sense of just how much police and fire and ambulances are responding to the scene. I want to show you this image again because this is the most telling, and this is likely going to be a key piece of evidence in this investigation. While we were looking at that, our team was also curious about the flight path to see where exactly this plane fell off the radar, and it lines up with this video. That was our first indication that this was indeed the same flight that we were tracking out of Wichita, Kansas. As you look at this image right here on your screen, we put together just a few details. We know that this flight was approaching DCA runway 33, and as we heard from our Tom Rousey, this airport has a tremendous amount of volume, and it was often debated, especially last year when a piece of legislation was going through Congress, whether they should add more flights. They decided to add 5. Some wanted much more than that, but they settled on 5. We don't know that that was an impact on this crash. We're just showing some of the information that could contribute to the history and building a fuller picture of what was going on in this airspace. We know it's a very narrow airspace. They have to nail the landing. They have to make it to that runway. There are 3 runways, but only one is likely active at a time because you can see from this image how they intersect. Also unique about this airport, there are shorter runways. Pilots know how to navigate. This is something that they're familiar with when landing at DCA, but it's just an awareness thing. And I mention also because it lets you know there's just very little room for error when flying into such a crowded airspace. Now, we should also point out that the Black Hawk helicopter we know was on a training mission. Training missions also very common. What isn't common is what happened tonight. And there's going to be a lot of questions likely to be raised tonight, unlikely that we'll get answers, but likely to be pressed tonight about how could this happen? Why were these 2 aircraft in the precise same airspace at the moment when this happened? Was there communication from the tower warning the pilot that they were too close or that there was another object? Why did this happen? That is the big question, the why. But while that's being sorted out by investigators, that's likely to take days. We know that in a river, the debris field shifts. So we've been watching some of those search helicopters high above. They've been above for hours now, searching a large area. Well, you know, over a course of now 3 hours, that debris field is certainly shifting. So at this time, we know that this aircraft is reportedly, and this is a quote, in pieces. So they are likely trying to sift out as many pieces of that plane because they'll try to reconstruct that plane at some point to figure out how this all unfolded. We do know that these investigations can take upwards of a year. We'll likely get a preliminary report on what happened that can take, but we won't get the full picture of what truly happened for quite some time. Joining me on the phone right now, I'm sorry, let me hear that again from my producer. Okay, joining me now is James Broccoli, an attorney with Motley Rice and a former U.S. Air Force navigator. Great to have you on with us. This is such a horrific night, but we definitely could use your expertise. What are your takeaways? What are your observations and first impressions of what we saw in some of those social media videos that were posted very quickly online?
Sure. So obviously, as an aviation attorney, I've been monitoring all the news feeds and trying to get the most current information. And you're right, it was on a short final approach to runway 33, and the helicopter was coming from the south, and it did, according to the reports, the helicopter was talking to air traffic control, and air traffic control warned them about the aircraft, that it was traffic, and apparently the helicopter said that they had the traffic in sight, which most likely, again, when it's this early in the investigation, you don't want to guess, but because National is a congested airport and there were other planes taking off, they may have been looking at a different aircraft and thinking that's what air traffic control was telling them.
Now, when you say in sight, is that purely what they rely on, their vision? Aren't there tools on board to also serve as backup, redundancies to make sure a collision like this doesn't happen? Take me inside the cockpit of a chopper like this.
Sure. Well, so the difference is with the commercial aircraft, they have a traffic collision avoidance system, which is based on transponders. So it's radio communications. And so, but you have to have that transponder enabled for the traffic collision to work. Unfortunately, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure that the Black Hawk helicopter, because it's military and doesn't really operate that much within the what I'd say the national airspace, doesn't have a transponder on the aircraft. So more than likely, regional jet would have never known that the helicopter was approaching unless they actually visually saw it.
Now, is that an actual button that the pilot would need to flip, or is this something that automatically kicks in when you're at a certain altitude?
So a transponder is basically a radio, and that's actually how air traffic control sees aircraft. A lot of people think it's an actual radar, but what it is, it's actually a radio signal. So aircraft are communicating their radio signal, and you're given a distinct code. Like they will, air traffic control, you will say, put in code 1234, and then up on their screen, it's 58. And unfortunately, I don't think the Black Hawk has that transponder because they're not, again, they're more for what I would say combat and military activities than they are commercial activities. And so,
James, can you tell us more about this training mission that this helicopter was likely on and the time of night that it was taking place?
Sure. So military obviously trains both day and night. And, you know, from what I understand, it's a routine training mission, probably taking off, going to another airfield. They're doing maneuvers along the way. They could have been on night vision goggles, which is typical of military aircraft at night, which is sometimes hard to do, especially in a area where you have a lot of ambient light. Night vision goggles, even though they've gotten better over the year, the ambient light really decreases the vision that one can see through them. And sometimes you can get blind spots because of bright lights will kind of white out your goggles. Now, whether they were on night vision goggles or not, I don't know. Sometimes you, as a training mission, you would not put your night vision goggles or activate them until you were out of a congested urban area.
Now, given the circumstances and the few details that we do know at this hour, as we're just past midnight, what would be your first question to the NTSB?
If they recovered both the black boxes and the cockpit voice recorders, I know that the Blackhawks, they do have what's called the VADER system, which is a combination of both black box and the cockpit voice recorder, where the commercial airlines, those are two separate components. And so that really gives a good picture as to what was happening both on the airplane and in the helicopter.
And you often hear takeoff and landing, the most dangerous part of a flight. What was likely happening at this stage of the flight for the pilot in the regional jet?
Right. So they were, I think the report says that they were at 400 feet on short final. So they're safely down on the runway, and their attention is going to be focused solely on that. And once they were given clearance, clearance to land, and again, that close to the runway, again, their focus is going to be on the runway. So they're probably focusing and looking for obstacles on the runway or something that could be on the ground that could come onto the runway versus something that's in the air to the left or to the right.
James, thank you so much. You offer us a new perspective on what both pilots may have been encountering in the final moments before this collision. Thank you so much. And if you're up late, we may circle back to you after that news conference. It's supposed to happen hopefully in the next 25 minutes. Thank you, James.
Right. Thank you.
We want to go back now to our John Rogers. He's at the alert desk. John, you have some new videos and images being shared on social media?
Yeah, people are sharing more clips here of the collision. This is an image that's being passed along all over Twitter. You can see this is a view apparently from Reagan where you can see the collision right there, a large fireball with what appears to be the chopper colliding with the aircraft right there. Very terrifying image there, Michelle. I also, literally just moments ago, I was listening into a statement by the CEO of American Airlines. He just posted a 2.5-minute long video on Twitter. I haven't finished listening to it, but they're just saying how they expressed deep sorrow about this. This is a difficult day for American Airlines. They're focusing on the needs of passengers, crew, family, and loved ones. They point out this aircraft was operated by PSA Airlines. That is a subsidiary. As you had reported not too long ago, Michelle, the rescue efforts are continuing. The plane is in pieces in the water. Very chilling to report that. Helicopters in the water nearby. Fatalities confirmed. We do know about that helicopter. It was on a training mission. 3 soldiers on board from Fort Belvoir. Reagan Airport posted this not too long ago, just again confirming the details we've already been reporting. Emergency personnel at airport initiated their response to this crash. Mutual aid from neighboring agencies were called to help in. This is an image from inside the airport. Carl had mentioned this earlier, where all the screens are just being replaced by this. With this emergency situation, flights are being held on the airfield. Customers, or forgive me, passengers that are in the air are being diverted over to Dulles. Governor Glenn Youngkin, he posted management team and Virginia State Police about the tragic crash at Reagan National. Extensive resources are fully supporting the search and rescue efforts. Mayor Muriel Bowser from D.C., she posted that her prayers are with everyone involved. Will continue to keep the public updated. She's been sharing posts from D.C. Police as they're helping with the efforts there. This is another image of the collision taken by a dash cam video. You can see right there on the left side of the screen. And we're just seeing a lot of images like this shared all across social media. Absolutely terrifying. Anyone obviously here in the DMV knows this is such a popular airport with the GW Parkway right alongside it. It's beautiful to watch the planes and the helicopters right there. So a lot of people sadly witnessed this. This was another video where you can see the flash. This was taken from Kennedy Center. And then moving on here, we are seeing reports from people in the air. This was a plane that was diverted from Reagan, supposed to land. People terrified hearing the news. All the plane, the seat screens that you can see here in this image just filled with news reports. You can only imagine just how it must be to hear this sort of news. There was actually a very interesting post I saw not too long ago on Twitter where we have been reporting that on that helicopter, on the training mission, that there were no VIPs on board, but someone said it's important to remember that every one of these potential victims here are someone's very important person. These are real human lives we're talking about. Very horrifying night here in D.C. This gives you an interesting perspective about these training exercises. Anyone who has been to D.C. across the tidal basin, in many cases on training exercises as we saw tonight. This person, Kyle, posted that just a few days ago, as he was taking off from Reagan, he saw 2 choppers not too far away, literally on the other side of the Potomac. It just gives you a perspective of how close these helicopters fly to these aircraft and how this is just a common occurrence every day. DCA, very popular airport, as we've been reporting, relatively small airport. Tom Rousey said technically there are 3 runways there, but there are only really 1 or 2 that are mainly used by aircraft. Anyone who's been to Gravelly Point to watch the planes take off and land, you see the succession of aircraft literally within like minutes approach, seeing the monument. It's such a popular flight to take to land at DCA, so it's an incredibly busy airport. Vice President J.D. Vance saying a prayer for everyone involved in this collision. They're monitoring the situation, hoping for the best. Secretary Kristi Noem deploying every available U.S. Coast Guard, sharing their thoughts and prayers on this, and they're taking part in the investigation as well. We've also been hearing from the Union of Flight Attendants expressing their sadness about they had 2 flight attendants on board that aircraft that came in from Kansas. Representative Eric Swalwell, he had landed in DCA literally about 20 minutes before this in-flight collision. Certainly he's shaken by this. His thoughts and prayers are with everyone involved. Metro, they're accommodating for the passengers that are being diverted over to Dulles. They're rerouting trains, allowing trains from Dulles to go over to Metro Center and having buses over at Metro Center transport these customers back to Reagan for their vehicles. So if you have had any loved ones that are supposed to be flying in tonight, that's likely what's going to happen. I believe I may have seen reports about planes being diverted to BWI, but I know for sure there are planes being diverted to Dulles. And I'm also hearing reports about just the delays that are going on over there. I'll be sure to go check on that in a minute to see how things are looking over over in Dulles. The Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, clearly new to the job, very busy tonight. He's spoken with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and other officials, including the Kansas governor, offering their complete in the recovery effort here. And we're also hearing from Mark Warner, who has expressed concerns about increasing the number of flights at this airport. His thoughts are with all the victims and first responders as they address this horribly tragic incident, and certainly is a very tragic and sad night, Michelle.
It certainly is. John, thank you for walking us through all of that. I do want to mention that traffic in the surrounding area by Reagan National, as you can imagine, it is a mess. There are a lot of road closures and a lot of backups as people try to reroute themselves, even at this late hour. As we look at that map, I want to now bring in our Felicia Ashley. She is near Witchita. I see the flashing lights behind you in the middle of the road. So that looks like one of the detours, right?
That's right, Michelle. We're actually literally 2 minutes away from DCA Airport. We were driving towards DCA, my photographer and I. We saw people waiting in this parking lot with luggage, so we hopped out to see what they were doing, and they tell me they were actually headed towards the airport. They had flights, but they can't get in at any entrance. I also met a friend group here who told me they were in the air on a plane when the crash happened. They say they were detoured to BWI, and they say when they got there, they were then shuttled here to the CVS parking lot, and now they're just trying to figure out a way to get home. So in this corner, 2 minutes away from this airport, we have a lot of people just confused as to what happened. We had to break the news to some of them that there was a crash. Others mentioned that they witnessed it earlier today, so you'll hear some of their stories later on. But as you can see, we have a huge police presence here. If you go just right close we are, you can see officers here trying to direct people to tell them they can't go up this way, to turn them around. So at this very corner, there's quite a bit of chaos of people just trying to figure out where to go and what to do. And we have been talking with them to get their stories because a lot of them finding out unfortunate information tonight. So of course we're going to keep you updated, but for now, reporting live, Felicia Ashley for 7 News.
All right, Felicia, thank you. I can't imagine what they're going through. What a chaotic night. I would imagine a lot of those people finding out the news on TV or on a cell phone through a push alert. Not the news you want to get. Thank you, Felicia Ashley, standing by for us off of Richmond Highway. We're also hearing from some people who witnessed all of this transpire, and it was a huge fireball over the skies. Let's roll that sound if it's ready.
Are you aware of what happened tonight?
Yeah, I've seen it when I was at the old place over there. I seen it when it happened, but I didn't think it was gonna affect all this. I didn't know what was going on, essentially.
You said you saw the crash happen?
Yeah.
Describe to me what you visually saw and what you heard.
It was just a quick flash. Me and my friend were just walking around with the scooters and all that, and then we just saw it and went straight down. But besides that, I really don't know.
You're hearing from one witness who described what he saw. If you feel like it's been a while since we've had a plane crash, well, you're right. It's been years since we've had a tragic, deadly plane crash. In fact, I just went through some of the archives and I found the last plane crash on U.S. soil was in 2013. That was Asiana Airlines Flight 214. It crashed in San Francisco. 3 people died there, 187 people injured. Then Feb 9, Colgan Air Flight 3407 crashed near Buffalo. 50 people died in that. Otherwise, air travel is one of the safest way to get around, to travel large distances. So this is unusual when you think of the tens of thousands of flights that take off and land for something like this to happen. We want to check in now with our Natalie Spalla. She's been with us along with Steve Rudin. They're over in Dangerfield Island. Natalie, what a terrible night as we learn there are fatalities to report.
Yes, Michelle, and I've mentioned throughout the evening just how eerie it is. We're here at Dangerfield Park, across on the other side of where all the lights and sirens are behind us. And I was with Steve Rudin earlier, like you mentioned, and we were just talking about just how it's so quiet over here. It's so dark because all the sirens and all the lights, it's happening all unfolding behind us, rather, but we hear the chopper above us, and that is quite literally the only thing we hear right now. We've seen this steady flow of foot traffic from people parking their cars here at the marina and walking over to the banks of the Potomac here on this far side. Just wanted to get a sense of what was going on. A lot of people said that they didn't hear or see anything, but they live nearby and they quickly saw it on social media or on the news, and they wanted to just come over here to just get a sense of what was unfolding. And at this point, at this hour, you know, the parking lot is still very packed. We've seen, again, a steady flow of foot traffic this evening. I will say I walked up and down the park here, and there are more than 24 news crews, local, national, international, you name it. Just really brings the length of just how tragic and how horrible this is to unfold here this evening. And what I can say right now, I mean, like I said, I'll step out of the way. All the action is currently taking place on the other side of the Potomac. But when Steve did join me just about an hour ago, he had the flight tracker app on his phone where you're able to track what specific flights are in the air, their paths as well. So he picked up one path in particular of a flight that was, or an aircraft rather, that was just doing zigzags back and forth across the banks of the Potomac, and you could see that path and you assume that that was one of the aircraft that were searching for something in the water. And it's eerie is one word that I'll continue to use, but these aircrafts, I can see one right now, pretty much assume that they are searching for, like we said, pieces of an aircraft that is now everywhere across the river, I'd like to say. So right now, I mean, it's tough because it's so quiet over here, but like Felicia mentioned earlier, it's chaos where she is. So it's just a kind of a sense of the different perspectives that we're seeing and feeling this evening. So right now, Michelle, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Natalie, thank you so much. And we do want to provide our viewers with some resources. We are learning American Airlines set up a helpline for those who have loved ones on board. That number is 1-800-679-8215. It is at the bottom of your screen there. We're going to leave that banner up in case you want to hold up your phone, take a picture, and maybe text it to your loved one or someone you know who is concerned about relatives or someone who may have been on that flight or has a connection to it. We'll keep that banner up as long as we can so you can get that phone number. Okay, so from here, we want to just let you know that that press conference is shaping up to start. It should start in the next 10 minutes. It looks like they are still getting things in place. We're keeping an eye there. Just to remind you, we know that the airport will remain closed until 5 a.m. on Friday. Now, at this news conference, we are expecting not only the NTSB and the FAA to speak about what will happen as their investigation unfolds and they share what they know about people on board both aircrafts. We understand the Mayor Bowser, is also expected to be there and to share some words of support and love for the community as she assists in any way she can in terms of resources as this investigation begins. This is going to be a long, thorough investigation to figure out how this happened. So as we keep an eye there, we want to let you know that our Carl Willis is also on the ground at the airport. He will be there to ask any questions that they open the floor to when that news conference begins in the next 10 minutes. This is a traffic map, and you can see all the green there, but as you get close to the airport, you see the red line. That means the road is closed. And we saw our Felicia Ashley standing at one of those ramps right off of Route 1, as you see there. There's a quick ramp by the CVS to get to Reagan Airport if you're going to pick someone up or drop them off. That ramp is closed. They're trying to keep traffic out of that immediate area because there is so much activity happening, a lot of emergency vehicles trying to get into that area. We're going to keep an eye on the traffic situation and also the weather. The next 24 hours are going to be very important, VJ, as rescue teams continue to search the water.
That's right. And for those rescue teams now, for them specifically, it's the water temperature, too, that they're up against. 35 degrees and still holding, again, the water just so much more of a carrier of heat, that heat transfer away from your body than even air does. And under 3 minutes, you start losing dexterity with no protective clothing. We know that the folks that are out there right now, of course, have the proper gear. This is what they do. But for the folks that were in the water, for those that managed to survive the crash, 90 minutes, anything that was over 90 minutes, that is the expected time, the survival rate when you're dealing with a water temperature that's just at 35 degrees. So now, again, it's more recovery. 46 degrees right now at Reagan National. The winds are light, but 46 and holding here with the actual air temperature of the winds at about 5 to 10 miles per hour across the area. And notice what you see on the radar here. There's very few clouds, mainly clear skies out there, certainly no rain. And with those light winds, they're still out of the northwest. And when you look at the location here that we're talking about, there's Reagan National, there's runway 33, there's Haynes Point, the tip of it. So this is the area where all that recovery is taking place. And with those northwesterly winds, we're still getting the movement of the water, the current, if you will, from north to south. So really think that as we move into the morning hours, we're likely to see that recovery area within the Potomac. You're seeing all the action right now at night, but by the light of day, likely to be expanding in coverage. And the forecast for tomorrow, it will be a cold start. The air temperature, 35 degrees. So that will be allowing also the water temperature to drop another degree or so. We're into the 40s for the afternoon, close to 50 degrees. But again, that water temperature is still holding at 35 degrees for that area of the Potomac, Michelle, where so much action is taking place for this recovery effort. So when you look at, again, the impacts of hypothermia, which for folks that did survive the crash, time of survival with water temperatures that low.
VJ, thank you. We do have some new information that I want to get to before I talk about what's on your screen. The Transportation Secretary says he has talked to local authorities and they are pledging federal support. That would be Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. He said he has instructed the FAA and the Department of Transportation to provide full support to the NTSB and all the agencies involved in this response. Also want to point out WMATA is helping with planes diverted, saying Silverline service will be extended from Dulles Airport to Metro Center with stops in between and exits only. Metro buses will be available at Metro Center to transport customers back to Reagan Airport to get their vehicles. We do want to give you context now to the final moments of American Eagle Flight 5342 and the Black Hawk military flight. Before this mid-air collision, the passenger plane was on approach to Reagan National Airport, runway 33. That's where they were aiming for. That is the shorter of the two most used landing strips there at the airport. So the approach, instead of coming straight up the Potomac, has the pilots turn right, that's over Maryland, and then a sharp left, a hook, if you will, toward a targeted landing spot that is less than a mile long. And we heard from our military expert who we had on just a short time ago. He understands that that plane was at just 400 feet in the air, so really close to making it to that final touchdown there. For perspective and context, the shortest runway at Dulles Airport is 9,400 feet long. And just into the 7 News newsroom, we have the dispatch calls made moments after the crash. Take a listen.
I was reporting a CRJ and a helicopter crash into the Potomac River.
Officer advised there's a helicopter in the water been found by boats retrieving injured. They're looking for the aircraft at this moment.
So that is the traffic sound that we heard moments after this impact happened. And of course, now we know that that was the call that led to this massive emergency response. We have some new video, a closer look at some of those water searches that are happening. And okay, this is not it, but I'll talk about this. This is one of the first images that came up on social media. And as this person zooms in, you can see just how much of a response there is. Agencies all across the area are responding in support of helping with this investigation and this rescue mission that's underway. A lot of people heard something, saw something, and pulled out their cameras and started posting on social media. We know right now that the plane is reportedly in pieces in the water, and the helicopter is in the water also nearby. We're also hearing reports that the debris field is expanding because now it has been over 3 hours, approaching 3.5 hours since this happened, and a number of the debris field, obviously with the current of the water, is stretching out, making it more difficult for the investigators to collect all the evidence. We have a full team working on the story, of course, for you. Our John Rogers is standing by. John, you're looking at the latest that's coming in on social media. What do you have for us now?
Yeah, let's go over a few things I have right here, Michelle. Give me a moment as I'm going to put this on a full screen for you so you can go see this better. We are hearing from President Trump. He's posting on Truth Social tonight. This is something he just wrote not too long ago. I'm looking at this with you. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter is going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation. It looks like it should have been prevented. Not good. He later went on to say just 5 minutes ago, what a terrible night this has been. God bless you all. Again, this was a helicopter coming in from Fort Belvoir, 3 soldiers on board. Arlington County tweeted this: if you believe you have a loved one on board Flight 5342, call American Airlines at this number, 800-679-8215. To that end, I was just listening to this. The CEO of American Airlines put out this statement not too long ago saying this was a difficult day. He said he and members headed to D.C., working around the clock to help out families. Again, as we've reported, there were 60 passengers, 4 crew members on board. That's a total of 64 souls on board this Bombardier CRJ 700 aircraft from Wichita to DCA. American Airlines expressing its deep sorrow about these events, saying it's a very dark, difficult day for this airline. This is a very chilling image that's been shared a lot on Twitter, and again, this is just something we're getting in apparently of the radar showing the 2 aircraft headed towards each other over the Potomac River. This is being shared a lot. This was a very striking post made not too long ago from the LA County Fire Department. May the recovery be swift and successful, and may our responding brothers and sisters stay safe. This is just a difficult month across the country. LA County dealing with its own horrifying tragedy, and they're expressing their well wishes to their brothers and sisters here in D.C. responding to this tragedy. Michelle.
You're certainly right about that, John. A rough start to 2025. You mentioned the CEO speaking out from American Airlines. We have that ready for our viewers. Let's actually play that out so we can listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts. Care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
Okay, so you get a flavor of what the CEO is saying there, and saying that he urgently wants information and wants to know what happened, as well as everyone else. And that's why we're keeping a close eye on that podium that is set at Reagan National Airport, where that news conference has been delayed for over an hour now, but we are still standing by with our crew that is there waiting for someone to step to the mic from the FAA, spokesperson from that agency, as well as the NTSB. They're supposed to be the leads on this in terms of letting us know what they know so far about what has unfolded tonight. If you're joining us and you just want to get caught up with what is happening, let me reset as we're at the half-hour mark now. This is the scene at DCA, just outside of DCA, and the Potomac River is the center of attention because that is where a mid-air crash ended for a flight that was heading from Wichita, Kansas, a regional jet carrying about 64 people, including flight and passengers, and as well as a Black Hawk helicopter with 3 military members on board. Right now, we are learning that there are fatalities. We don't know how many. We do know that no survivors have been pulled from the water so far. And as VJ has been telling us, that is very troubling to hear because with water temperatures around 35 degrees, that is something that really concerns us and makes the survivability of a situation like this that much more difficult. We're showing you this image. This is from social media. That was one of the first ones that surfaced, showing the point of impact when that helicopter hit the plane. And we heard John mention from social media that the President Trump, is asking, why didn't the helicopter see them? Why didn't the air traffic control warn the pilot? Those are all questions that we have as well, and we're hoping to get answers about tonight.
You know, and again, this was a training exercise, something that happens quite frequently across the Potomac River, across the tidal basin, all over D.C. Again, a very dark, very clear night. This, again, we'll find out more details from authorities, but one can only imagine it's easy for someone, Michelle, to be, say, a Monday morning quarterback, so to speak, but having to be there, these planes, they land at a very high rate of speed. There likely may not have been enough time to respond to this.
Yeah, and from what we heard from our aviation expert who joined us a short time ago, he raised some questions about whether the pilot on that plane would have even had the awareness that a helicopter was buzzing so close by. Right. He put the onus, based on the information that we had at the time, on the person in the helicopter, that pilot, to be aware. And there's reporting that the person in the helicopter did report that they had the aircraft in sight, but perhaps it was a different aircraft that they had in sight, not the one that it collided with. So there may have been some confusion over which aircraft was approaching and which one to be cautious of, because clearly they did not see each other.
Now, we want to again bring up the helpline. This is a toll-free line that American Airlines is sharing out for anyone that may have had family members on that flight from Wichita tonight. Again, you see it on their screen, 1-800-679-8215. The CEO of American Airlines headed this way. I'm also seeing posts online because, again, this was operated by a subsidiary of American Airlines. So some authorities from that subsidiary, they are also headed here from Ohio to be involved with this very large-scale investigation being led by authorities.
Yeah, it's all hands on deck for something like this. This has been the deadliest plane crash that we understand it to be, based on the information so far, in years, in over a decade. As I mentioned earlier, the last deadly plane crash we had on U.S. soil was the Asiana Airlines flight. That was 214, where 3 people died. That was in San Francisco. The casualties from this likely to be much higher. We know 64 people were on board the plane, 3 people on board the helicopter. So we are waiting to get some more information as we show that podium one more time. We're running behind, but hopefully when they join us, they are able to share and shed some light on what actually happened tonight. Our Carl Willis is standing by at that news conference, and he'll be there to fill in some of the gaps after that news conference wraps up.
And we're just seeing this from our partners at CNN. Looking this alongside with you, Michelle. The search and rescue operation for survivors is becoming more grim. The source described images from rescuers as stunning, saying it's hard to make out what they're seeing. The plane is in several pieces. 2 law enforcement sources confirm that no survivors have been recovered at this point. Officials are preparing this to be the deadliest disaster in D.C. in decades, since the Air Florida flight that crashed into the 14th Street Bridge back in 1982. That anniversary was just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and sadly, we were showing video of that earlier. Thankfully, in that situation, there were survivors, a handful of survivors in that crash, but a lot of people did die. The Potomac was iced over back in 1982 at the time of that crash, so conditions were harsh. I think what adds to this situation and makes it more complicated is the fact that this is happening in the darkness of night. That crash in 82 happened in the day, so they could at least see what they were looking for. Under good terms, the Potomac is murky and cloudy and hard to see your hand through it, let alone in the night. In the dark, those search crews really have their work cut out for them.
And it is striking, you know, anyone that lives in D.C., they are aware of just how busy that airport is. I mean, you can almost time it. Once a plane lands, within a couple of minutes, there's another plane already on the way. You can even see, once the plane lands on the ground, you can see the other plane on its own approach. And it's a very busy space. right there at the Potomac River, across from the monuments. You have the Pentagon, you have various other military bases right there. You know, it's very popular because it's so close to the Capitol, very popular with lawmakers, very popular with tourists because of the beautiful approach, one of the most beautiful in the country, seeing all the monuments as you land. That has been a source of great controversy over the decades, especially in the past year, that they've been trying to increase the number of flights into that airport, and this is only going to spur more conversations about that.
That's for sure. ABC News now reporting that no hospitals in our area, none of the 3 major hospitals that, according to them, have received patients. So another indication that this search is not yielding a positive outcome. John mentioned that they found pieces of the aircraft. We're not hearing about victims being recovered. In fact, the latest word was no victims have been recovered from the water so far. We know the currents of the Potomac can be especially strong as well, so maybe they have to widen their search. This is going to be 4 hours, if not beyond. We know that the airport is not scheduled to reopen until Friday at 5 a.m. And that potentially could also shift if their investigation requires more time.
Now, we have a lot of reporters at this late hour on the scene. We have 7 News reporter Felicia Ashley. She spoke with a witness who saw the plane and helicopter collide. Let's take a listen.
Are you aware of what happened tonight?
Yeah, I've seen it when I was at the whole place over there. I seen it when it happened, but I didn't think it was gonna affect all this. I didn't know what was going on, essentially.
You said you saw the crash happen?
Yeah.
Describe to me what you visually saw and what you heard.
It was just a quick flash. Me and my friend were just walking around with the scooters and all that, and then we just saw it.
All right, so hearing the perspective of some pull from the water, that's new information that they are citing from their sources, so that is not good news, not what we want to hear. WTOP, our news partners, they are also reporting that they're bringing in more lighting equipment to help and aid with this search because nighttime is a factor here, making their search just that much more challenging.
And as VJ has been talking about tonight, the temperature in the water, even though the air temperature has been above freezing today. I drove by the Potomac today, still very large sheets of ice. The water temperature is still very cold, very hard to survive in conditions like that for beyond a matter of minutes, Michelle.
Yeah, you're right about that. I know VJ is standing by. VJ, I'm also curious though, if you can share this information, if you have it, about the currents in the river, how that might be hampering the investigation, especially this time of year, which direction it's flowing in, and is the debris field likely moving with the water?
Exactly, yeah. At point of impact, we're looking at this area more specifically, not too far, maybe south and southwest really of Haynes Point, and of course very close to Reagan National, where you see that little point, that arrow. But with our winds out of the north and northwest, that is going to allow us to have a current that's more north to south, and that means that this debris field, if you will, is likely to widen as we go through the day tomorrow, which, by the way, sunrise is not expected until 7:16 tomorrow, 7:16. So we got, again, a lot of hours of darkness to get through here, which, again, our partners said that they are bringing in more lights. And a lot of the rescue efforts right along the shoreline there, and all on the D.C. side near Joint Base Bowling, where a lot of that recovery is going on. So quiet conditions in terms of the weather for tomorrow. The temperature they're going to be dealing with on the other side of sunrise will be very low at 35 degrees. So that's where the water temperature is right now. We're likely to see that water temperature drop a few more degrees as we go through the overnight and tomorrow, what the crews are going to be up against. And we'll see how far they get, because rain is in the forecast for late tomorrow. That'll be after the sun goes down. You got temperatures that at least will be above average for tomorrow. So again, that current, we're likely to see the debris field from this crash so horrible likely widen to include more of the southern portion of the Potomac for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Again, we are still waiting for that news conference to begin. And I know we're all so anxious to get some answers, and that's why we keep giving you this TikTok, if you will, of what is happening there at DCA Airport as we wait for that news conference. We know the FBI is part of this agency, this investigation as well. Now, what I want to say is the reason why sometimes these news conferences can take some time and they get pushed back is because you have so many agencies who are now part of this, the FBI, the FAA, the NTSB, local authorities. This is a mass casualty event, so it requires all of these parties to be in coordination so that they're presenting information in a unified way and making sure that everyone is on the same page and sharing what they all know internally before they can share it with the public.
And some of these authorities in this new transition are brand new to the job. We've been talking about Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. He was just sworn in. Today was his first day visiting the Department of Transportation, already hit with this crisis of his, again, just to put things in perspective, please pray for the people of Wichita. We are not a large city, and the community here is tight-knit. This is devastating. Again, this aircraft, only in terms of regional aircraft, it was not what you would call, say, a small plane, but still there were roughly 60 passengers on board, 4 crew members, again, from a small, tight-knit community over there. Also want to point out, we've been talking about Randy Clark, the GM, is pointing out there's extra and late night service tonight on the Silver Line to get those people over to Metro Center and then buses over to Reagan so that they can meet with their loved ones and get back to their vehicles.
And that is an incredible important part of this as it unfolds in front of us. We have some new video that we'll get ready. Yeah, so this is a look at what it takes to, work under these just really stressful circumstances. They have to wear the specific gear, certain gear, because you don't want any of your first responders getting injured. There's a lot of hidden debris in the Potomac River, a lot of old tree trunks, debris, garbage, bicycles. I mean, there's a lot that is under the surface there of that water. So there are inherent dangers just entering the water, let alone searching in the dark and searching in these very frigid conditions for potential survivors. Also want to point out the governor of Kansas, Governor Laura Kelly. She put out a message on social media saying that she's aware of this plane crash. And she says that her thoughts go out to those involved. She will share more information as it becomes available. She is actively in contact with all authorities here in our area.
And I'm seeing a post here from an independent journalist who was a former network correspondent. She's saying she's hearing local D.C. tourist river cruise companies are jumping in to try to help with the rescues in the water. This was posted just about an hour ago. Again, though, as you had mentioned, Michelle, that we still have not received any word of survivors, and the situation is looking very, very grim. So we can still only hope and pray for the best that some good can be seen in this tonight.
Yeah, Virginia Hospital Centers so far says they have not received any patients, and 2 other major hospitals in the D.C. region that provide emergency care are also saying they haven't received, sadly, any victims at their hospitals. We'll continue to check that for updates. Again, it is 12:45, keeping an eye on that news conference as we wait for information. Carl Willis is there. This all started at around 9 o'clock this evening when this mid-air collision unfolded. About 64 people on board that regional jet, 3 people on board that Black Hawk helicopter that was on a training mission. We're now hearing that pieces of the aircraft have been found. Bodies are being removed from the river, and also that helicopter has been found upside down.
And it's important to point out just how busy these heroes, these first responders have been in recent weeks, because we had that, sadly, that truck that crashed off the Memorial Bridge into the water not too long ago. So these crews have been very busy in recent weeks. It's been a massive response with local and federal authorities responding to this. We have Secretary Kristi Noem. She has sent the U.S. Coast Guard teams to be involved in this. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy is involved in this, and NTSB is going to be involved. The CEO of American Airlines announced he's coming over to D.C. to be involved in this investigation. This is a massive search and rescue effort that, again, as we've been talking about, is becoming grim. No survivors recovered so far. Images rescuers are seeing are stunning. Hard to make out what they're seeing, with the plane being in several pieces, people in the water. So far, they can confirm no survivors have been recovered at this point. This is set to be one of the deadliest disasters in D.C. in decades.
Our Josh Chapin is standing by. He's been on this story for over 3 hours now. He's near a boat ramp. Josh, what can you see from that vantage point?
Yeah, Michelle, we're just kind of catching our bearings here. We have made it to the MPD harbor boat ramp. I mean, this is where MPD keeps all of its boats if they need to go on the water for whatever the case might be. But you can see behind me here, if Issa can go in and show you some of the boats here. There's a Metropolitan Police boat. There's a number of different rescue squads here. This is another one of the staging areas that we've seen set up by first responders, the local first responders here. This is, again, in the wharf, the Southwest Waterfront District. You know, we're steps from the Anthem, not too far from Nats Park. And way in the distance across the Potomac, you can see the different emergency efforts that are going on. And Michelle, you know, you see these guys who are here. This is, again, another staging point for these people. It's worth bringing up, you know, just a couple of weeks ago that we were there with some of these dive crews. This is another horrible story of these two men that unfortunately drove off the Arlington Memorial Bridge into the Potomac. Both of those men did not survive. And we were with DC divers a couple of weeks ago, the DC Fire EMS, and they were right in front of the tidal basin of the Jefferson Memorial, training on this sort of search and rescue mission. You know, they were training on the ice and how to crack through that and rescue people from that. Of course, we know at this point it doesn't seem like there'll be much in the way of rescue at this point, just a recovery mission. But again, we are trying to ask around to see if any of these boats have been in the water. There's no action going on here at this boat launch. But again, another point for DC Fire and EMS and MPD to stage their boats. We're going to try and get to another vantage point a little bit farther down the river. And Michelle, hopefully we'll check in with you with an even better vantage point of that recovery effort that's going on across the Potomac. Back to you.
Okay, I know with the traffic conditions the way they are, it's difficult to move from point A to point B. So take your time, get there safely. Thank you, Josh.
You know, it's just very striking. I talked about this a few minutes ago with the LA fire crews, who are wishing well for the first responders here in D.C. taking part in this terrible tragedy that we're witnessing here. These people dealing with these hellish conditions, people dying, houses being...
And hats off to the first responders who are the first to run to danger and jump in to help, just like those firefighters in L.A. We have a number of emergency crews working to do the best that they can, given these conditions, to find victims in the water right now. And this is just a really tough, challenging situation for everyone involved. We're talking about those searching and also those searching right now, those who don't know if their loved one was on that flight, if they made it, where they can get information. We want to show that 800 number again, if we can pull that up, to just let people know there is help out there. There are resources available that are being provided by the airline. American Airlines is putting out this victims line so that if you know someone or you are expecting someone to arrive, that number on your screen at the bottom there is the number to call. They will be able to provide you with information about your loved ones by calling that phone number.
And again, as you'd mentioned, there's a full ground stop at DCA until Friday morning.
Friday, yes.
Yeah, so well over 25, 20, 30 hours from now. In the meantime, flights that had been inbound to DCA are being diverted to Dulles Airport. WMATA is making accommodations to help get those people back over to Reagan. You know, it's just sad. You can just only imagine what some of these people are dealing with at that airport, waiting for their loved ones, and not hearing any word from them. You know, people are pointing out that with this plane being so close to the approach, not far from ground, anyone who's been on a flight, you can often you restore your phone service.
That's true.
Yeah, and so people were talking online that their likely loved ones got texts saying that, hey, I'm about to land at DCA, I'll see you in a few minutes, only to experience this terrible tragedy.
Yeah, and you would often do that, especially if you have someone coming to pick you up. That gives them a heads up, because by the time you deplane and you get to the rideshare area, if you're waiting on someone, hopefully if they're not coming from too far, the timing will work out. And you know, you always see those warm embraces at the airport.
Yeah.
That's something that I just always enjoy seeing when I travel, because it's that moment where you're just so grateful that your loved one is there and you're together. And sadly, that is not the story that we'll be able to tell tonight for so many families. This is a hub, American Airlines DCA, a hub for American Airlines. So this is going to have ripple effects on air travel throughout the country, because it's like a chain. Once you pull one link, well, the rest of it sort of unravels. We know a lot of flights were diverted to Dulles Airport tonight that were set to land at DCA. But as for the next 2 days or so, as John mentioned, it's likely to be 5 a.m. on Friday. More to investigate with their teams as
conference. I'm looking right now on Twitter. Senator Jerry Moran from Kansas has posted a picture where he's currently at Reagan talking with officials. I can see in this picture Mayor Muriel Bowser from D.C. in there as well. Also looks like someone from the FAA, and also I see the D.C. police chief in this photo as well. So we're waiting for this press conference. It's been delayed a few times. It should start momentarily, so we're expecting more details from this. But we've been seeing thoughts and prayers pouring in. Looks like we're about to go to this press conference. Let's go listen live.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well. And officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here to extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting a rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Donnelly from EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police information administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our unit, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 20:48, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee in Commerce Committee on Aviation. So really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we're We will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that it needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's. I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we'd care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., and this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from, to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times, this is from the book of Psalms, it says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight, and thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. It's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the district, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the Secretary, the Mayor, the 2 senators for all of their support, and we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So,
you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once Fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board. And I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes?
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting?
The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
2 people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there might be people who have lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people have lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight. Yes.
Secretary Duffy,
So I'll call on who's next. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, Jack, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about
Dulles, as I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
A question for Secretary
Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the biggest challenges?
Chief.
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind. There is pieces of ice out there. So it's just dangerous and hard to work in. And because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark. It is murky. And that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on, again, I've been the secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater D.C. area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Did any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been reports that the DCA tower contacted the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, and apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those final moments?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes?
Two parts for Secretary Duffy. The first being, you were talking about you were in the situation with the President and Pete Hegseth both being there. Can you tell us more about the President's initial reaction to this, as well as Pete Hegseth, given this was a military helicopter?
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the President was located, as well as we were exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the President is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The President has committed to this team, and so the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Secretary, do we know the condition of these aircraft? Are they whole? Are they split? Are they pieces?
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we got guidance that DCA was going to be shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard.
Okay, we can take a few more questions. A question here, and here. Yep.
Mayor Bowser, can you just confirm, has anybody been transported to the hospital?
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command? Who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases to run?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening. Initial response, they were very professional trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking. The boats pretty quickly were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it, but we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
Is there a sense that there are survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Is any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
Chief.
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you are next, I think.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, do we have any plan to prevent future crash or future accident? Do we have any to reform the airport control to calm those people who are flying in the next few days? And also, how long the rescue is going to last? Are we going to stop rescue after tomorrow 11 a.m.? The diverse team, because they are still in the golden hours now.
No. I mean, I think you just heard the chief said we're going to be out there as long as it takes. And we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our fellow citizens. Yes.
This is for the chief and Secretary Duffy. How do you balance the search and rescue operation with preserving the scene for the investigation that's now underway?
So from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first, but I don't think that I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are all working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and we will work together to make sure that if there's crucial evidence that it's preserved. And that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. So life comes first, and everything else is after that.
Okay, last question. Yep.
Secretary Duffy, I just want to ask, I know it's early, but are there any immediate actions you think the FAA should take to prevent helicopters and commercial airplanes getting too close to one another?
So obviously there'll be a review of what happened here tonight. And after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
Okay. You have one? You have one?
Do you have any more details about the helicopter issues with the Black Hawk, and you're allowed to have these directly with the president?
I spoke with the president's national security advisor, and I have not talked to the president yet, and I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press to help us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215. 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will likely provide additional information in the morning. Thank you.
You've been listening to an update from the mayor along with the first responders, and you can, as we pull out, see just how many members of the media were there for that update. I think one of the most touching moments was when we heard from the Senator Jerry Moran from Kansas, saying that that was a flight path that he pushed for and that he knows it very well. He's used it, and being from Wichita, likely someone knows someone who was on that flight. And I think from what we heard tonight, this to come into focus. They mentioned at least 300 personnel on the ground actively participating in this search effort tonight.
And I think it's important to point out the things that were not discussed. Dive into those numbers. They wouldn't even talk about it. They only said, again, the numbers that we have been reporting about the number of crew on the chopper, 3, the number of people on board the plane, 64, and the people responding, 300, but they wouldn't talk about any survivors, which I think is certainly very striking. And they did discuss the difficult images and the difficult conditions, rather. They're operating in water 8 feet deep, dark, murky, it's cold, it's windy. Not only is this clearly hazardous for the passengers on those aircraft, but hazardous for the crews responding to the scene. So they're not only working swiftly to, God willing, find survivors, but also protect their own crews in the midst of these conditions.
Yeah, and I think when you point out what was holding information, they just know that this is a highly sensitive matter and they don't want to relay false information or incorrect information, so they rather wait until they have solid information, cross their T's and dot their I's before they can relay any updates in terms of numbers. Obviously, that is something that a lot of people often like to grab onto, is how many people, how many victims, how many bodies have been found. But at the end of the day, we know that for many families, the ending of tonight's tragedy is not going to be a good one. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Michelle, as the conference was going on, we were receiving new images of the debris in the water. We're looking at this along with you. Let's take a look. This is a scene. Caitlin Collins, our partners over at CNN, she sent this. Again, it's hard to make out exactly, it's hard for us to say, I guess, which aircraft that is, but you can see the debris right there in the water, all mangled,
Being a light, they actually perched a light on top of this piece of debris that they found in the water. It could be part of the fuselage, it could be part of the helicopter. There are, online sleuths trying to detect and determine what exactly this is, but to be honest, like you said, in the dark of the night, it's really hard to images that are coming in from Getty. These are so powerful to look at, and it really gives you an idea of the huge pieces that they now have to collect eventually. We heard the mayor say nothing has been removed from the water just yet. That's going to require special equipment to lift it from the water. But at this early stage, this is so important for them to see as much as they can in terms of where this impact happened, so that when they're ready to reconstruct this whole situation and reconstruct the aircraft, they know exactly where to begin. And as we look at these images, you can see some of the 300 plus responders who are on the scene. And as they mentioned, the conditions out there, they are brutal. We heard the chief talk about just how windy it is on the water. We've been talking about the water temperature, but also the wind and the lack of clarity in the Potomac River. It's so murky that you can't even see your hand in front of you. A lot of times when you have situations like this, they might be using night vision goggles or sonar equipment to sort of feel their way around. But this is a really difficult task that, the light of day will be a big benefit for them. But right now, as the mayor said, they are not going to stop their efforts to find their citizens. So they are working around the clock as long as it takes, was her response when asked what is the time frame for when this search might wrap up. Now, our Carl Willis, he was in the room. Carl, we know there weren't a whole lot of answers, a whole lot of new information, but what were some of the takeaways for you?
Well, one of the main takeaways I saw is that they're not going to stop. They're going to give all the resources they need for the search as well. I was also struck by, if you saw in the news conference, Mayor Muriel Bowser becoming visibly emotional when it was shared that there are family members in this airport right now who are coming to pick up their loved ones who are now being helped. They're being held in the American Airlines lounge and catered to. There are counselors there as well. Now, as for the investigation, we just heard that the first call came in at 8:48. The first responders were here by 8:58, and right now there are 300 responder additions. It is icy, it is windy, and it is dark out there right now, so not ideal in any way. Again, we asked the question if any of the debris or any of the search is happening on land. That is a no. Everything is contained to the river, from what we understand at this point, at least preliminarily. We can tell you that. I can also tell you that initially we were told that it would be 5 a.m. The ground stop here at DCA would happen until 5 a.m. That has now been extended to 11 o'clock tomorrow. We're also told that BWI and Dulles are not impacted by this. Those will go on as usual operations at those two airports. We're also told that some of the flights were diverted that were headed this way were diverted out to Dulles Airport. Now, we also heard from two senators from Kansas, including one who lobbied to get this flight started. And that was installed about a year ago. Him saying that he likely knows some people on this flight was also a very powerful moment. Those two senators here to speak on behalf of their residents and saying that their heart goes out to them and that they are just shattered by what has happened. It's going to be a long investigation. And again, this airport, DCA, closed until at least 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Carl, thank you so much. And it is important to point out that the Reagan Airport is closed until 11 a.m. Thursday. We've been covering this all night, and so it's important to remember that this is Thursday morning. So this is closed. The airport will be closed until at least 11 a.m. Thursday. That's today. And there is no impact to Washington's other airport, Dulles.
That's right, and we also heard no impact. Our breaking team coverage continues now with Felicia Ashley. She's live from the parking garage on airport grounds. What are you seeing there, Felicia?
It's very eerie standing on the top of this garage because we are seeing where those 300 crew members are in the water looking for people and people that were on the plane. I want to also give you a look to my left. We see boats in the water. We can see all the emergency crews. We see EMS. We see firefighters. As we mentioned, this is what all hands on deck looks like for an emergency. We're looking at, for the families that are just below me waiting to hear and get some more answers, what we're looking at is hope. They're there praying and hoping that they can get some answers as it relates to their loved ones that were on those flights. Now, we have been noticing some people still arriving to the airport. If you take a look just below, you can see a bus pulling into the airport. Just behind it, we see a police car pulling in as well. You can see that they're reaching what would be a checking point for anyone else coming to the airport, but anyone participating in this rescue are able to get through. I also have noticed some people walking with suitcases still towards the airport, and I'm sure they're getting turned away because, as you know, the airport is shut down. Now, we will be staying here, still pushing and trying to get answers and learning more, but just take a look at just the vast impact of this emergency. For now, reporting live from DCA, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
Felicia, thank you. It's just a very sad night in D.C. Can't imagine what some of those past. VJ, I'm seeing here that D.C. Fire and EMS, they're saying, of course, this search and rescue effort in the water will take place over multiple days. We've been talking about these murky conditions, so can you explain, walk us through, what are these people facing out there?
Yeah, so we've got, of course, the helicopters up in the air searching, but the divers going down into water that's at 35 degrees. And of course, they are prepared, but let's keep in mind, just a couple of days ago, we had ice on the Potomac, a lot of it, and there's still some spots on the Potomac that do have ice, but at 35 degrees right now, that water temperature for the Potomac where they are, along with that very murky water where they can only see so many feet out ahead of them. And of course, there's the obvious, it is night. We've got several hours, 6 hours before we get to sunrise. That's not until 7:16 tomorrow. And then we've got to talk about the water that those divers are operating in. So there's Reagan National right there, that arrow on the far left. There's Haynes Point. This is where they're operating in. You've got the winds out of the northwest. And while they are relatively light for most areas on the surface, you get near the water surface and those winds start to pick up at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. And what that is going to do tomorrow is allow that debris field to widen out and a little more down the Potomac, where I think we're going to be finding it. So you've got the ice, you've got the tides also right now at high tide. We've got, or low tide that is, we've got high tide coming up just after 8 o'clock. And the tide levels as they change also has an impact on the current of the water. So again, large rescue effort going on in that area close to Joint Base Andrews along the banks of the Potomac. 45 degrees right now, the air temperature. This is what I'm talking about. The surface, the actual surface wind, it's pretty light at only 4 miles per hour. But again, right there on the base of the water there, just on the top of the water, the winds are at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tomorrow, sunshine, temperatures in the 30s to start out. Again, this is going to last hours. We'll get up to about 50 degrees, so it is going to be warming. I don't see much wind, the kind of wind that we had today for tomorrow, but still they're going to have to deal with even winds at 10 to 15 miles per hour on the surface of the water with that water temperature at 35 degrees. So again, massive effort here going on that is going to last for days with water temperatures that will hover in the mid-30s.
VJ, thank you so much. So as we've been talking about, there are over 300 first responders on scene, and as of now, this is still listed as a rescue operation. Our Josh Chapin, he's been out on scene for hours now, clearly still very active. Josh, talk about what you're seeing out there.
Well, John, this is what we've learned in the last little bit, that this is the main staging area for all the boats, whether it's DC Fire and EMS, the Metropolitan Police boat, the MPD boat, which you see right there. This is going to be the spot for all the boats throughout the night to go into the water. You see a group of firefighters that are here and another boat that has pulled in behind them, and the row of different trucks that have arrived here. Again, this is the place by the wharf, a popular spot for restaurants and different events venues. We're not too far from Nats Park here, but this is normally where the DC Harbor Marine Unit is on a daily basis. But again, night. And John and Michelle, while we were out here, you're on the wharf, so clearly you're on the water here. And on the other side of the operations here, we looked out into the Potomac, and you see fire boats, DC Fire and EMS, as well as those MPD boats, and some you can't really tell what the lettering is on the boats themselves. But we asked one of the crew members here, and I said, is this related to what's going on out there? They said, yes, they're looking for anything. They're looking for wreckage. They're looking for maybe not remains per se, but they're looking for any of that debris that might float down the river here. So this is, again, where all those boats will be going in the water here throughout the night. And that same crew member told me that everyone has been called back for those for this operation. You know, we've heard about that 300 number, the different personnel that have been called back here. But this will be where those boats go in the water. Will they be on the Potomac here, even this far down from where the scene is, looking for the debris from both aircrafts in this case. John and Michelle?
Josh, hopefully you can still hear me. I have a question for you. So we here on set have been seeing these horrifying images of debris in the water. What have you seen anything from your vantage point, and have you seen any crews recovering anything?
No, there have been, I think, some people coming up to the fire department here. That is, I was sort of listening from a distance, but there have been some, as we know from the internet, from a lot of different things, that it is hard to know if they're seeing a reflection off the water. We talked about how dark it is, how cold it is, but it's hard to know exactly if they have discovered any of that debris that is floated this far down the Potomac. But that is, again, what these crews are out there looking for right now. And then the other side, you see the sea of first responders working to just hold this scene, this massive scene, John.
And Josh, you know, I imagine obviously there's only so much officials can tell you, but we're still hours in these very horrible conditions. Still no word or reports yet on survivors. Kind of, what's the mood that you're sensing out there? Are these people still really determined? What are you kind of sensing from the scenes that you're witnessing out there?
Guys here, you know, we often show up to different fires and different incidents where we see first responders, and they're coming out of a fire and they know that they can rest because they've put the fire out. The chief has come to talk to us, the guy with the white hat, and he's come out and talked to us and says this thing is under control, and they can rest, they can get their water, they can get their oxygen, and they can move on. John, I don't think that this is going to be that kind of a night. As they're looking for people, they didn't really give me a sense which way or the other. Is this a, you know, we heard from Carl's news conference there at Reagan Airport that this is still a rescue operation. I can't get the sense that it's one way or the other at this point, just that it's going to be a really long night for these first responders here. They're determined to continue to do their job, but it's just it's a lot for them to process too, even though this is their job, and every one of them will tell you that. The guy who came up and talked to me, you could tell he was a little tired and a little exasperated, just, you know, figuring out how he was going to approach all this next.
A lot to process for these heroes, and a lot to process for the DC community as well.
Yeah, we know it's in their DNA to do all they can to rescue people, so we know that they are trying their best given the circumstances and the conditions. Josh, thank you so much. We will come back to you. We want to now show you give you an update. The American Airlines, if we could switch this so we can exactly see this full statement. American Airlines CEO posted a video on social media, on X, to share a message of, I guess, unity with their passengers, those who were on board, as well as the families. Let's take a listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time. Anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
And that was the CEO you just heard from talking about what they are doing that they have a GO team that is on their way right now to Washington.
And we have a number of crews already, federal authorities involved in this investigation as we speak. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy discussed that he's been in close talks with these organizations and with the president as they respond to this. Sean Duffy's only been in the job for a few hours, and what a start to the job. Again, as you saw from the CEO of American Airlines, and we're also seeing a lot of well wishes from around the world. You know, the airline community, large and yet very tight-knit. I just saw a post from Qatar Airlines kind of expressing their sadness over this devastation. You know, it's important to point out, Michelle, that, you know, plane crashes, they always make big headlines, aside from the tragedy that it is, but also because of relatively how rare this happens, especially of this sort of magnitude and scope.
You're absolutely right about that, and we should point out that we're now about 4.5 hours into this tragedy. And time, I bring that up because it is of the essence. This is the window that they have, these rescuers, investigators, to get as much as they can. Get as much as they can in terms of evidence, but the priority right now is the victims. So this is a crucial window. VJ's been showing us the water temperatures. They've been talking about the conditions out there for those first responders, but they are applying all of the pressure right now to get as many victims and notify families as soon as they can, because time is not on their side.
President Trump, he's been putting up posts on Truth Social. We're going to take a look now at a message he posted late tonight. Let's see if we can pull that up. He has been posting about this, even questioning how something like this could happen. He posted earlier openly wondering how this could occur, where a helicopter could crash. Let's go take a look at this. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good. He later does go on to say, you know, how of a sad night this is, and expressing his well wishes. And Michelle, you and I were chatting earlier because it had been happening during this incident.
Yeah, he mentioned that he talked to a number of his sources, and he said that the helicopter crew was in communication with the tower, the air traffic control folks, and they told them that, yeah, we see the incoming flight. But apparently there may have been some miscommunication, and we don't know this to be the case, but early indication is that maybe there was some misunderstanding of which aircraft they had within sight, and it wasn't this American Airlines jet that was just 400 feet from landing at at Reagan Airport. So there's some confusion about whether communication was effective in letting both pilots know. We do know from that expert that you mentioned, John, that the airline pilot likely did not see the helicopter. It's much smaller. Also, at that point, they're not expecting any sort of interference because they are so close to making that landing. We've been talking about the impact that this has been having on the entire community in the DMV. I just want to point out the Washington Mystics posting on X just a short time ago that they had a leadership press conference that was going to be scheduled for today, but they say in light of the tragic aviation incident that occurred in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday night, the Washington Mystics have postponed the introductory press conference of their new leadership. Our thoughts and prayers are with those affected by the tragedy. Of course, they were getting ready for exciting time, the beginning of a new season, new leadership leading that team, but they are putting that aside given the circumstances. And
for DC, Michelle, I do want to point this out. You were talking earlier about the helicopters. Let's see if we can pull up this video of, you can see some of these military helicopters flying along the Potomac. Anyone who spends any considerable time in the district sees this frequently. These choppers flying over the Potomac River, flying over the tidal basin across the area with the number of military bases nearby. I saw a video earlier that someone had posted on Twitter showing honestly just how close that these choppers fly to aircraft over at DCA. Literally, DCA is along the Potomac River. This person had posted a video of the Black Hawk choppers on the opposite side of the river. You know, roughly what's that distance? A few football fields away in distance, really close to the aircraft. As we've been discussing, this was a training flight that had 3 soldiers from Fort Belvoir, and clearly it led to this horrible tragedy. We're still waiting to find out the more details exactly what had happened, but again, this is just so common here. This is one of the busiest airports in the world, along one of the largest cities in the country, near a number of military installations, doing training sessions day and night, and it's just sad that it led to this horrible situation tonight.
And while we were looking at that chopper video, which looked like it came from a government agency, it just struck me that that is a site that is very familiar, even for me. On my drive in to work here, we're in Roslyn, for the folks that don't know, and I often pass the Pentagon, and sometimes they're taking off from there, landing from there, and they fly very low. But like you said, we take it for granted. This is something we see so often, and they are flying right over a lot of traffic. But this case, this is not supposed to happen. It's a crowded airspace. There's supposed to be clear communication between the zone. There was a breakdown today, and we don't know what caused it, but that is what we ultimately need to get to the bottom of, because a reporter asked what can be done to prevent this from happening again. Well, we don't know, because we don't know specifically what caused this to happen, but there likely will be lessons learned, as there are all the time when a crash happens, things that could be done better, policies that change, equipment that is added. There is so much to learn from a crash when it happens that makes aviation even safer. But for all of those impacted tonight, the focus is the sadness that they all feel, not knowing the status of their loved one, as many of them anxiously grab on to news reports and check social media for any hint of new information, any hint of hope at this point.
And we're likely going to be finding out in the days to come if clearly there are black boxes aboard that helicopter. Sadly, there have been cases of Black Hawks crashing and training incidents in recent years, and these black boxes were recovered from them. Certainly there will be data extracted from the aircraft, and it's just striking. Hopefully we can go back again in a moment to the images of the debris. Again, when you think about this, this area is not very deep. There's an average depth I'm seeing here of, what is it, roughly 24 feet of the Potomac River, and in these conditions, we're told, what was it? They're saying this is a regional airplane, and this helicopter only had 3 passengers. Still, mind you, these are very large aircraft traveling at a high rate of speed, colliding in midair, slamming into the water. Very shallow water, relatively, only 8 feet. You can just see the twisted, mangled debris left behind. Couple that with the murky, cold conditions of the icy Potomac River. Even though the air temperature has been above freezing, I saw just this morning large sheets of ice near Reagan Airport on the Potomac River. And yet here we are hours later, still we're seeing, this is listed as a rescue mission. They have not reported about any number of survivors or victims. They have not gone any of those numbers, have not shared that information at this time. But you can just see, wow, just the impact of this collision and the devastation left behind in its wake.
So the time now, 1:46. Our morning news tip tomorrow and in the days ahead. We want to let you know that you can keep up with everything that happens, even when we're not on air, by going to our website, WJLA.com, and having the free 7 News app would be a great thing to download right now if you don't have it already, because we push all the information that we get, push alerts. We'll update you when we learn new information, and you can get it first.
So let's kind of go back and a recap of the press conference that we heard not too long ago. And frankly, the information was not extensive, but we did learn a few tidbits here. So in terms of the rescue operation, still currently underway, there are hundreds of first responders on scene, 300 of them, we're told, working in 8 feet deep water. It's dark and murky. It's a complex, difficult situation where the water's cold, the conditions are windy. So along with trying to find survivors, they're trying to make sure that their crews, these first responders, are safe because of these difficult conditions. We also heard from a senator from Kansas that has flown that flight many times himself that direct flight from Wichita to DCA. He even himself lobbied American Airlines to have this direct nonstop to DCA flight that has been in existence now for about a year. Folks from Wichita are posting about how it's many Kansans likely know someone or know of someone that may have been on this flight. We also heard from airport officials that there are many families at the airport waiting to pick up their loved ones and sadly instead have been met with this terrifying news. Right now the focus is still on the rescue. This again was a PSA Airlines Bombardier CRJ 700 aircraft. If I believe the numbers, they say it can carry 70 passengers, 4 crew, 60 passengers. This is also Sikorsky H-60 military helicopter. There are 3 soldiers on board from Fort Belvoir. This collided over there. Reagan Airport will be closed until at least 11 a.m. Thursday, Michelle.
And we're waiting to learn the identities of those military personnel. Our Felicia Ashley has been with us for this ongoing breaking news coverage. Felicia, give us an update on your location and what you're able to see from there.
Give you guys a straight view right away of what we're seeing here on the Potomac, because we just received pictures of what appears to be parts of debris from the planes that landed in the water. And what you're looking at right now are some boats on the water that are participating in this rescue. As you've heard time and time again, hundreds of people participating in this rescue. As of now, no confirmation on who is in the water, how many have been pulled out. But what we know is that they are in the water actively working to figure out and see who is in there, and as well as pull them out. Now, if we move you towards my right, you can see the line of police cars, firefighters, EMS, all just working here on this emergency scene. And just below me in the same building, what we learned is that the family members are just below me waiting to get answers on their loved ones and waiting to find out and holding on to any piece of hope that someone may come out of that water. But right now we do not have that confirmed. So we're going to continue to stay here, as well as continue bringing more details. And we're also working, getting a closer look on exactly what is happening in this water. What we have noticed in the last couple of minutes is we've noticed more helicopters flying over the water and shining a light down. So we'll continue to stay here and bring you updates. But for now, reporting live from DCA, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
Felicia, if you stay with us for a second, we don't really have a panoramic view of what you're seeing. So help me to understand what we're looking at. Is that zoomed in shot that your photographer just had? Is that the focus? Does that appear to be where they are putting most of their efforts?
Yes, so what I'm noticing out here, there are 2 focal points. So there's one where we're seeing a heavy presence of boats, and then on the other side we're seeing a heavy presence of first responder vehicles. So it appears they're on the tarmac on one side here, and then on the other side we're seeing a heavy presence of boats actually on the water. Then on the opposite side of the Potomac, you can see lining are more police vehicles, EMS, fire trucks. However, the main focus, I will say, is where these boats are right here, and then of course where we see these vehicles here on the tarmac, or rather the landing strip. So there appears to be at least 2 focal points. There's also one side behind this building that is curved and a little bit harder to see, but you can see that's where we see a lot of police vehicles as well working in that area. So what we're working on right now is to find out exactly what is happening at each of those focal points. But we know we see vehicles on one side, we see boats in the water, and then vehicles on the other side as well.
Okay, we know you'll keep a close eye on the activity out there. It'll be interesting to see if you see them moving from one side to the other. That might indicate that they're transporting whatever they gather from one site to another location to take it onto land. A lot of questions about exactly how this is all going to play out, but Felicia giving us our closest view in on what is happening right there in the center of your screen. Our chief meteorologist, Veronica Johnson, has been on top of the story with us all evening into the morning, might I add. VJ, you have some new information you wanted to add?
Yes, of course, we've been keeping an eye on the water temperature. That's still at 35 degrees, but just listening in with our partners at WTOP. So the focus has really been on the D.C. side along the banks of the Potomac, very close to Joint Base Bowling. So we'll zoom on into that area. But now they're saying, their reporter that's down there, they're seeing a shift to widen out and now include the Virginia side of the Potomac. Also, and more boats out going all the way up from 395 to the 14th Street Bridge. So this is what I was talking about with the wind even on the water surface. 14, 15 miles per hour, that north to south wind. We're likely to see more boats out. We're likely to see the area widen out in terms of the search, just from the tides, the movement of the wind, all of that. But helicopters, of course, are up. Divers are in the water. We're going to see the wind shift a little bit tomorrow. We're going to see the tides go up and down. We've got high tide coming up just after 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And again, 35 degrees for that water temperature with still some areas of ice on it. But they've got several hours of darkness here with sunrise not until we get until slightly past 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And of course, that water just so murky. But again, the latest that we're seeing a shift now from the over toward the Virginia side of the Potomac, where the surge is starting to widen.
The shifting winds and current, that's so important for those first responders. Joining me now is Victoria Sanchez. Victoria, you came in for this coverage, adding to our team. Thank you so much for being here this morning. And you wanted to add a few notes.
Yeah, so got called in for this because clearly this is a huge story in our area. And I have to say, my stomach was upset driving in today, listening to the press conference, just about how many people are impacted by this, and knowing that there were family members that were looking up at the sky and were waiting for their loved ones. So we do know that while we at 7 News are reporting the facts, we also know that this is truly impacting people emotionally. We want to acknowledge that, and we are going to be as sensitive as we can when we bring you the information. It does look grim, but we do know that the first responders, some of the best in the world right here in the DMV, they're out there looking for your loved ones. So just so you know, we are very cognizant of that.
Yeah, and we heard from the mayor. Mayor Bowser was part of that news conference just a short time ago, and she indicated that the efforts that are underway right now will not stop until they recover every body, every loved one that is in that river. Our Josh Chapin is live for us. He continues our live team coverage. Josh, you're where first responders are suiting up, if you will, to go into those dangerous waters to hopefully pull victims from that water.
Well, Michelle and VJ, you guys were talking about this exactly, that these efforts will not stop. And we're standing in front of some of those efforts. This is the normal Harbor Marine Center for DC Police as well as DC Fire. But this is now ground zero, headquarters for where all the boats and all the divers will be going into the water. We have seen just a flurry of activity here with different fire trucks coming in, different ones coming out, different ones coming in, and so on and so forth. But according to the folks here, this is where all the different emergency responders will be launching from. You're looking, of course, at the Metropolitan boat, and then there are, again, a variety of different operations here. And you guys hit it right on the head there about the operation happening. The folks here said that this is going to be a thing that's happening all night long. They said they have put divers in the water there. They've put boats in the water to potentially look at some of the wreckage, some of the debris that it could have floated all the way down the river here. And we're a good ways down the river here in the Wharf District, not too far from Nats Park, in the brand new-ish waterfront district here that has so many different great restaurants and bars. But this, again, is the parking lot that the fire department and the police department and all the different first responders are using. If we can now roll a soundbite that we heard from the mayor about the operations on the water as well as the fire chief, if we could play that now, that would be great too.
The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
There are divers out there. We have seen the gate to this harbor patrol unit opening, Michelle and Victoria and John. We've seen that opening every so often. So these guys and men and women are in and out here quite frequently. And as I noted a little while ago, we were with them, it was last week, I should say, when the DC dive team was doing a trial run, a practice run of diving, looking for folks in, they were doing a test run, but it was in the tidal basin right in front of the Jefferson Memorial, just to be prepared for the time that they would have to go into the Potomac River to do these kinds of operations. So not a week later do they get to put those skills to the test. I know we had that incident not too long ago where a car drove off the Arlington Memorial Bridge. So that they got to put these skills again to the test. And we're watching some different rescue teams, dive rescue team coming in right now, different fire trucks. Again, this ground zero for all that operation before they go on the water to start looking for anything that might come up. I'll send it back to you guys.
Well, Josh, as you were speaking, I was just wondering, you know, we're almost 5 hours into this tragedy and efforts to pull people from the water. Are you seeing some of these crews come to land, get some relief by another crew that is arriving? Because it is tough work battling those currents and battling the weather conditions and elements in the Potomac River.
Yeah, I mean, we're standing outside, and VJ, you know, I could heard her talking about it quite frequently, just how cold it is in the water. But you also get the sense that everyone, this is it. I mean, you're seeing, if Issa, can you go into the exactly what you're seeing over there? The different trucks that are backing up. I mean, I don't know how long you guys can stay with me, but there is a truck being backed in, obviously, as we speak with that dive, and you see it right on there. The dive rescue squad. This, Michelle, that is a good indication of the relief that is coming in. We talk about the mutual aid response. There are crews from all over the DMV and beyond coming in for this operation to spell some of these men and women who are in the water and in the boats, and so they can get a breather out here. The guy there told me this is an all hands on deck operation, as we've said all night, but that they've called everyone back in for this operation. And again, you see Baltimore City Fire Department here ready to help out their partners with the district.
Great timing on that to show us, because we heard from the Chief Donnelly, just a short time ago, and he indicated that no, we're not dialing things down. In fact, we're ramping things up.
And it's interesting, Josh, that you noticed that Baltimore City is out there because they had to deal with their own dive rescue operation when it came to the Baltimore Bridge collapse, when we had people doing search and rescue there. Probably similar conditions with the murky water. Now we do have the ice on the Potomac, though. So, Josh, please keep an eye on who else you see coming out to help, because this is going to be all hands on deck from around the area.
That's right. Josh, thank you for your reporting. We want to go now to John Rogers. He's on the alert desk. John, what are you seeing coming in online now?
Well, I do want to point out just another little update. We've been talking about this throughout the evening. We have learned that approximately 19 aircraft have been diverted to Dulles that were meant to land over at Reagan Airport. Dulles still running in normal operations. Reagan, of course, closed until 11 a.m. later today, but 19 aircraft diverted. WMATA is offering to help to transport passengers, allowing them to get to Metro Center and providing buses so that they can go to their cars over at Reagan and meet their families there. In the meantime, though, over in Wichita, this is from our sister station over there, a prayer vigil has already been scheduled for noon today over at Wichita City Council, where they're praying for those impacted by this terrible tragedy that we're witnessing. And this was something that really just struck out for me. Please pray for the people of Wichita. We're not a large city, and the community here is tight-knit. This is devastating. So many people, this is becoming the whole globe is watching what's happening here. Outgoing Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We're all extremely concerned about the accident at Reagan National. As we wait for more details, my thoughts are with those on board, their loved ones, and the first responders right now. Qatar Airways even weighing in, deeply saddened by what's going on here. They're sending their heartfelt condolences on this. Our Tom Rousey, our local aviation expert here at 7 News, he posted this earlier. We did have him on air earlier, but he described what he's discerning from this, that it appears that this flight was not going to land on the main runway. See, the two smaller runways that's intersected to the main one. Reagan National, one of the busiest in the country, with a number of flights constantly coming in and out. You know, we've been sharing these over the past hour, horrifying pictures coming in as we speak of some of the twisted, mangled debris that crews are recovering from the water on this, still what they're calling a rescue mission, with terrible conditions, not only in the water, but with the debris floating on the surface. And this is something just really spoke to me. I knew I had to share this. We had been reporting about the 3 soldiers on board the helicopter, saying that they were not VIPs. Reading all the no VIPs on the helicopter or in the crash in D.C. is, forgive me. Okay, sorry. So reading all the no VIPs in the helicopter, seeing on the media just breaks my heart. Everyone who lost their life in the American Airlines plane and on the Black Hawk helicopter was somebody's very important person. Now, it is important to point out, though, there still have been no confirmations of any deaths, any numbers, that sort of thing, although we have been reporting throughout the evening that this is looking very grim. They still, in that press conference, did not reveal any figures on that. This is still considered a rescue mission, and they would only confirm the numbers of people on both aircraft. So again, those are details we're still awaiting, but all in all, hearts are breaking across the world because of what's happening tonight in D.C.
Yeah, and as you're talking, look at this response. I mean, here we are over 5 hours in, and it is just intensifying. It's definitely ramping up the response that we're seeing out there.
And what is interesting is that this accident happened in the air and everything came down in the water. If this had come down in a residential area, this would be a much different situation. Still tragic, but we do know that it didn't land in some of the other areas in the D.C. area, which could have been horrific. The water, as you can see there around Reagan National Airport, it is surrounded by a lot in the D.C. area. If you are new to the area, you have the airport, you have the Pentagon very close by, you have different residential areas, and then across the Potomac, you have D.C. This is a very busy area, and before 9 o'clock on a Wednesday evening is a popular time for flights to come in. Again, a ground stop right now at Reagan National. Flights are being diverted to Dulles. Metro has changed a little bit of their route so people can get to and from to and from Dulles International Airport, which is quite a bit of ways from this area. But family members that were already at Reagan National waiting for their loved ones on this flight, they're now in the lounge speaking with other family members, and also it sounds like they have some counselors there as well to kind of help them through this. You were looking at some photos right now of the rescue going on right now, hours after. We are seeing debris in the Potomac River. We can't tell which aircraft this is. So we do know that an airplane and a helicopter collided above the Potomac River before 9 o'clock yesterday evening. It is now 2:06 on Thursday. It is a rescue operation, is what officials are telling us. We do not know if anybody has been taken from the water. We do know we did check in with some of the area hospitals. They said that they have not gotten any victims. We don't know about the numbers of people that have possibly died from this tragic crash. An airplane trying to land at Reagan just before 9 o'clock tonight. This is a terrible story. We're continuing to cover this story the past 5 hours. Michelle and John, you have been here all night. We have 2 crews out right now looking at what we are seeing. And these photos are it's just so devastating to see that you see the background of the water and the fire crews that have gotten on so many different boats to try to see if they can find any survivors. And here you're looking at just a sea of first responders coming from as far away as Baltimore City. Our Josh Chapin saw coming into the dock there.
We are getting some new reaction coming in. House Minority Leader Jeffries saying he is deeply saddened by this jet helicopter collision. He took to social media to express his condolences over what he calls a heartbreaking and tragic crash that took place over the Potomac River. This is, he says, near Reagan National Airport. The New York Democratic leader says that he was praying hard for the passengers, crew, service members, and first responders. So we are really seeing a groundswell of support for those families impacted by this. This is just a horrible night. And of course, there will be time to talk about the politics of all of this. You see that already emerging online, where people are talking about the ongoing issue of the shortage of air traffic controllers. That has been a challenge that has been looming for many years. It's not new. We don't know if that is an impact, what staffing was like at Reagan and that air traffic control tower at the time of this crash. Those are all questions that a lot of reporters are asking. We're asking as well, but right now the focus is on the victims. Our Felicia Ashley is going to join us again. She is, I believe, still at the garage at the airport, where she has a really good vantage point of what is happening search-wise in the water. Felicia, do you have any new information for us?
Right now, no new details on what has been pulled out of this water. What we do know, though, is what we are looking at is this rescue. Right now, it is still a rescue. Where we have noticed most of the presence, most of the activity are two focal points. We've actually noticed more of a emergency crew presence, police presence. To my left, to this far corner on the opposite side of this building, you can see a lot of emergency crews there gathering. Then I want to move you towards the middle of the Potomac. That is where we are seeing boats in the water. You can literally see a light being shined on the water right now and there in the center. That is something we did not see moments ago. That is new activity that we were seeing on the water. A boat shining a light through that water. As you heard earlier, this water is murky, so they're trying to get a clearer view of what is below the surface. If I move you, slide towards a panoramic view, you can see also a heavy amount of crews also lining the Potomac as well as near the landing strip. So right now, the pressing information we are all desperately waiting on are how many people may still be in that water, how many people may have been pulled out, and if there are any survivors. That is the hope that the families below me in that room are waiting on, and they have been waiting now for a few hours. Now, we'll continue to bring you updates. We are still on top of the parking garage to give you this view of this rescue. Even as I'm standing here, it is live from DCA. Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
Felicia, thank you. And we know every day tens of thousands of flights take off, land successfully. Air travel is safe. But when you have a tragedy like this, of this magnitude, and the possibility, the potential of so many victims, it is devastating. And that is why so many people are just shaken by this. It is something that hits home for all of us. We all know that feeling of traveling and meeting your loved one and knowing that everyone arrived safely. But for a tragedy like this to unfold, and a lot of these folks are out of a small town in Wichita, Kansas, as we heard from the Senator Moran, he spoke earlier, and the connections are so deep. And we talk about there being 64 people on this plane that crashed. Well, imagine just how many relatives, cousins, friends, how many people this story actually touches. It's just really heartbreaking to hear the details as we learn of fatalities and bodies now being pulled from the river.
And he also said, Senator Moran, saying that he's taken this flight multiple times to and from D.C. And we also have the 3 people that were on the helicopter who were also involved in this. And so D.C. has a very tight-knit military. It's just going to hit so many different people, different families. We are thinking about all of them tonight. And of course, the loved ones of the first responders that have been gotten out of bed, coming in to see what they can do to rescue anyone from this terrible plane crash that happened before 9 o'clock last night, now that it is 2:12.
Yeah, Josh Chapin, he is at an ideal location because that is one of the staging areas where a lot of first responders are gearing up, if you will. The last time we talked to you, we saw equipment coming in from Baltimore. What have you seen in the last few minutes?
Yeah, and Michelle, it's worth noting that I just heard from a fire department in Virginia, and they said that they are coming over here as well. So this is going to be a rotating operation, it seems. You know, you talked about the Baltimore City Fire Department coming and their dive crews coming. So they're going to be fire departments coming with their dive teams from all across the region to help out this operation throughout the night. If Issa can go in to show you exactly where these boats are going. I know there's no trucks going in right now, but just down here by this gate there, that is the where trucks and boats are pulling in the gate. This is going to be an all-night operation where all the police boats, all the fire boats, no matter what jurisdiction we're talking about, this is where all those boats will going to be put in the water and where they're going to be searching for debris throughout the night. We haven't been told that they're specifically searching for people here. I was just told that they were searching for debris that could potentially fly all the way down the river here again, and they're going to be doing that into the night. But you know, you talk about these guys and these men and women who you know, have gotten up in the middle of the night to do this. They are determined to do this. They said that this is I was told here that this is an all hands on deck operation, as it is for every single department throughout the DMV here. So we'll be here as different fire departments, Michelle and Victoria, show up and see what we see here. This is clearly going to be, again, an all night operation here at the Wharf District here. And we'll be here for it all. Back to you.
All right, Josh, thank you. And as he pointed out, that moving debris field really complicates things for investigators, for rescuers, because just when they think they've isolated the area that they're going to search, that is constantly shifting.
Yeah, so that is going to be even more difficult because where they are means they're going to have to move. They're most likely staging other people further down the river because of that current, and also the ice is going to cause some additional issues there. Now let's turn it over to Chief Meteorologist Veronica Johnson. And VJ, you have been checking in on the water temperature and the winds, which we had earlier today, all of this affecting this rescue operation.
That's right, and you guys have been doing a great job kind of hitting the reset button and walking us through the stages of what happened here and of course where we are right now. At the time of this, we had clear skies, folks. Clear skies out there. The winds were northwest at 15. It was a wind alert day. Still had some gusts out there at 25 miles per hour, but that really wasn't that bad. So that was the weather. The water temperature has been holding at 35 degrees. Just listening to Mike Murillo, a WTOP reporter, he's reporting that the search actually is widening, going from the D.C. side to the Virginia side now because of that current, because of the change of tides that also will change the current and the wind. The wind is more northwesterly. So there's Haynes Point. Again, there's Reagan National. That's the runway. So it was right in this area, but now likely to be shifting more down to the south. So really massive response along the banks of the Potomac. Seeing a lot of those rescue crews going all the way from 395 to the 14th Street Bridge. Helicopter searching, divers in the water. They'll be shifting those divers in and out of shifts because of that water temperature at 35 degrees and because of how hard it is. I mean, the water is murky. Here you've got, you know, several more hours of darkness too, with sunrise not coming until 7:16 tomorrow. And of course, still some ice, chunks of ice on the water. Today helped with those water temperatures and the air temperature a little higher, but right now we're at 44 degrees. The wind, calm, but still on the surface of the water. It's still moving at about 10 miles per hour. John?
And of course, we're still, hoping and waiting for the best. As of at least 2 hours ago, a number of D.C. area hospitals have not reported receiving any patients from this crash. No patients, we're told, were received from this crash. Sadly, it's been now a few hours, and this has been a terrifying story that's been very public. Social media, this is and we've been getting video all night. This is one of the videos here. We can see the large flash. This is a video taken from Reagan where you can see Seth. He says that an investigation has been launched immediately by the Army. Again, this was a chopper that was flown from Belvoir. Fort Belvoir had 3 soldiers on board. A number of people were posting on social media about just the fear they had while they're in the air, coverage as they were concerned for what happened as they were trying to figure out the answers themselves as their plane was being diverted over to Reagan, or forgive me, to Dulles. Meantime, people in Reagan, all the screens were replaced with this notifying them that the airport was closed and this was an emergency situation here. We've been hearing from a lot of lawmakers. Let me go pull up some of the folks we have been hearing from, such as Governor Glenn Youngkin. He was briefed by emergency management team. They're supporting the rescue efforts. Mayor Muriel Bowser, she just held the press conference not too long ago. I want to flip through here and go see. This is something that Victoria was mentioning, and I want to show you this image here where you can see just how close helicopters fly alongside aircraft in Reagan. This was just a few days ago. This person, Kyle, posted he was taking off from Reagan, and just on the other side of the Potomac, you can see 2 military helicopters there nearby, probably hundreds of yards away, but still in terms of airspace, a relatively close proximity. This is a very common sight throughout D.C. Now, I did mention the lawmakers. I'm going to try to find this statement here. Forgive me as I'm scrolling here. We had comments from our local senators, Tim Kaine and Mark Warner. I do want to point this one out that really struck me. Over at LA, may the recovery be swift and successful, and may our responding brothers and sisters stay safe. Very powerful considering the terrible tragedy that they are encountering and dealing with over there. And forgive me, as I'm just doing this in real time. I do know have this statement in here somewhere. It's just you can see all the responses we have been seeing. Secretary Kristi Noem deploying the Coast Guard to help out in this. Now, we did hear statements from our senators Tim Kaine and Mark Warner, and they had not only are they sharing their thoughts and prayers and staying on top of the latest updates on this, but we've been reporting how they had concerns just this last year as there was discussions of increasing the number of flights, especially long distance flights with larger aircraft coming to DCA. They were concerned about situations like this, considering that this is a very busy airport. There have been a number of close calls that we have reported on here in the past year. They were certainly worried about incidents like this. They did not dive into that tonight. That's something that we are reporting on because that's something we have covered extensively. Instead, right now, everyone is focused on just well wishes and just hoping for the terrible situation.
Thank you, John. I mean, you took us through a lot, but I think what really resonated with me was that video you showed us, John, of all those passengers in another plane that was supposed to land at Reagan but was being diverted, all of them glued to the screen watching news coverage of a plane crash. I cannot imagine what it's like to very unsettling.
Yes, and something that a lot of people do when they fly into DC, Michelle, you've probably done this as well, you record out the window while you're flying into DC because you see all the monuments. And I'm just imagining that the people on this flight that have crashed were doing that same thing and might have captured what led up to this horrific accident. I know there's a black box that's going to be searched for and really listen to see what led up to this, but I wonder if those cell phones are also going to be a part of this investigation, which is just
well, those might be like a needle in a haystack trying to find in the river. Right now, the struggle is just finding humans who possibly survive. At this point, we don't believe there are survivors. That's not what we're hearing. We're hearing that this is likely going to be, sadly, bodies recovered from the water. But you're certainly right. It is a very picturesque approach to the runway when you are flying into Reagan, one that no matter how many times you've flown, you probably pull out your phone and just record it one more time. And a lot of folks are really...
this is my video right here, Michelle.
Yours?
So this was Tuesday, and this is just from my dash cam. Look how close this military airplane comes to over, this is 395 heading...
I know exactly where this is.
Yep, so see how it comes right above us. From this vantage point, on my right is where Reagan National is.
Yeah. On
the left is the Pentagon. Now, this is not an unusual sight. Military helicopters fly over the highways and also the Potomac and the Anacostia daily and nightly. This is just a common occurrence, and because we have the airport right next door, they're often in close proximity to each other. So this is not an unusual thing. What we need to find out is how these two aircraft cross paths last night and caused this horrific crash over the Potomac. But this video, just on Tuesday, and you could see it come right above my car and all the other cars on I-395 in Arlington.
I think we have the same traffic route to get to work because I drive that same route, and you're right. It happens pretty much like clockwork. You're on your way in. It doesn't really matter what time of day because these drills are happening all the time, and they do fly very low, and it's kind of the charm of being in this area is that you see these aircraft so up close. We want to join now John Rogers. He has some new breaking information. What do you have,
Yeah,
John?
forgive me. I haven't been able to put it up on my monitor, but from our partners at TND, they're sending me tweets. Again, this is all unconfirmed, but there is some ice skaters, apparently some figure skaters that allegedly may have been on this aircraft. There's a gentleman named Luke Wang, he is a competitive figure skater. He's put up this tweet tonight saying, praying for all those on the flight from Wichita to D.C. Among the passengers were skaters and coaches. Absolutely heartbreaking. And also our colleagues at TND sent me this information. There's apparently a figure skating championships that were being held over in Wichita just in the past few days, just in the past week. And again, these are just details coming in that there may have been figure skaters on board this aircraft. We're still gathering these details, but this is just coming in as we speak. Still absolutely heartbreaking, and we're going to work to confirm if these details are true.
You know what? Let's turn to our news partners at WTOP. Mike Murillo is standing by. Mike, I don't know if you just heard John Rogers at our alert desk with some potential information about who these people were that were on this plane. Are you hearing any information about potential identities of the groups that may have been traveling on that flight from Wichita, Kansas?
No, and that's what we're awaiting out here. I'm at Dangerfield Island, really watching the search take place here. And while we do have a colleague over at the airport, as of right now, we're still trying to figure out who was on board this plane. We know there are 60 people and 4 crew members. And then we had 3 military members on board the helicopter that went down here with this midair collision. So for us, that's definitely new information as we, that's where the story's going. Sadly, next is to figure out who's on board. Though right now, I'll tell you, here at Dangerfield Island, you still see the search is very much underway. You see the helicopters taking a grid type path over the water here, making sure they cover each and every area. Even at one point this evening on Dangerfield Island, which is on the Virginia side, so directly across the river from where most of the activity is happening, we saw the swift boats come up with divers over here. So they're not just focused right where many of us are seeing that video of that collision. They're not focusing just over on that area where we saw that collision. They're covering this whole area from essentially the 395 14th Street Bridge area all the way past Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. So they're really continuously going through this area, hoping to find someone alive. But as the night gets colder, we know the water temperatures are cold. Sadly, it's becoming less and less likely, but they seem to be still functioning as maybe they will find somebody here.
Mike, where you are, I know exactly where you are. There's a lot of different boats there. Some people actually live on the boats near Dangerfield. Are you seeing anybody just looking out at the water, maybe wondering if they can do anything or just kind of in shock that this has happened?
I think you see the shock around. You do see some sightseers, people who heard or saw the news about this happening, coming out to see what's going on. But then you see the people walking their dogs and people just coming by and actually, stopping to take a moment to just take in the gravity of the situation, the tragedy that's occurred just across the water here. If you live in this area, you've taken this flight path if you've come into Reagan National Airport. So many of us can, put ourselves, it really hits home the gravity of the situation, the tragedy that's unfolding right here. But there are, when I first got here, about 100 people, believe it or not, gathered at this park, some with binoculars, others just standing quietly watching as the helicopters go past and while the boats go by. But yeah, so there are definitely some people out here just, for different reasons, but many are pretty somber. There's not a lot of talking. It's just standing and watching this unfold in front of you.
Mike, very often TV helps portray what is unfolding, but the magnitude of this tragedy is just so big that I'm not quite sure we really can comprehend and understand the scope of what is happening there on the river. Can you sort of paint the picture beyond the lens that we have focused on this debris, what you're seeing, and just speak to the volume of first responders? We know over 300 working this scene right now.
You know, and when I first got out here, it was amazing how many first responders arrived so quickly. It was a motorcade of first responders going down the GW Parkway, staging first at Gravelly Point before they got their orders or their direction to go to different portions of the river. But standing here at Dangerfield Island, it's a perspective of, you see Reagan National to your left, and then you just see the red and blue lights. It's almost like it was a light show, but we know what's going on here. But just along the whole bank, the DC side of the river, just section and big portions of the banks just covered with red and blinking fire truck lights and police lights. It's just, you know, it's hard to imagine. I've covered news in the DC region for 13 years. I've been a journalist for more than 20. I've never seen a response like this, a search like this. It kind of shows the gravity and how I guess profound the situation is, and how tragic, and what it's taking to try to hopefully find somebody alive. You know, that's the goal here. You know, as the hours go on, you can start, guessing it's moving more away from a search mission. But right now, they seem to, the search teams, they're at it, and they're not stopping. So we can hope we can have at least some good news out of what's turned out to be, a tragedy here.
And Mike, before we let you go, I know you got to do your job for WTOP, but are you seeing any shift in the posture of the responders? Are they still focused in the same area as they were when you first got to the scene, or has any of that changed?
I will say it's focused a lot more towards directly across the water from Reagan National. That's where you're seeing most of the activity now. There were a lot of other pockets along the way of big groupings of first responders. Now they seem to be in two areas. You see Joint Base Anacostia Building it's lit up all the way across to give those. I'm guessing it's probably, this hasn't been confirmed, but we're guessing it's probably more of a staging area and a place to bring debris, whatever it may be, to that area. But you're seeing a lot of that can be just directly across the river from Reagan National. That seems to be where the focus is. But that said, you hear the helicopter in the background. You see several helicopters going through here. They're still searching the water. You still see the spotlight come down and browse the water, and you'll see the boats respond if they think they see something. So I think you got a mix of two things going on here. I'm sure at some point in some areas it's a recovery mission, but it seems to be clearly a search mission for a lot of the crew here too as well.
Mike Murillo with WTOP, our news partners. We appreciate your insight, and please keep us updated if you see anything new.
I just
want to thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I want to point out the Wichita Eagle, a local paper there in Kansas, now reporting what John Rogers mentioned just a short time ago. Young figure skaters, coaches, were reportedly on plane from Wichita that crashed in D.C. That is the Wichita Eagle, now reporting that young skaters as well as coaches were on board that plane. According to this article, and they're reporting, the skaters were part of the National Development Team, which is a training program for top young figure skaters. So the sadness here just continues to get worse, hearing that there may have been some just really young people on board that flight after a competition.
Yeah, this is going to be very hard to hear once we names and ages of the people that were on board. Our Natalie Spalla is at Dangerfield Island, where Mike Murillo was. We were just talking to him. And Natalie, kind of changing hats right now, and you were on the scene letting us know what you are seeing behind you. We see the lights. Just what's the vantage point from where you are?
Well, yeah, Victoria, Michelle, I think Mike did an excellent job of really explaining what this scene looks like right now. I mean, over here in Dangerfield, there's truly not a lot going on. Earlier today, I'll kind of walk you through my night because we got here just around that 9 o'clock hour, and news crews, but hundreds of people filling the parking lot, taking their steps out here onto the banks of the Potomac just to get a sense of what was going on. And I mentioned it earlier that it felt very eerie because as opposed to what's happening on the other side of the river, over here it was very quiet. Maybe a few conversations going on between onlookers, but other than that, quiet, just looking out across the river. But no sirens, no lights over on this side, all of that directed on the opposite side of the Potomac. So that was truly what this was like for hours earlier. And you mentioned it, we're on hour 5 of this scene, of this horrific tragedy. And it's changed throughout the evening. Right now, I can say just looking on both sides of me, I mean, it's all news crews. I counted earlier, there were 24 of us here, news crews specifically. There are less onlookers at this point. I can say maybe a dozen around me, left and right. But still that eerie sense of all the lights, all of the action, all of the tragedy, just hundreds of yards away from us at this point, but still that quiet sense of just somber atmospheres and emotions and everything over here. So right now you do know that rescue mission is still underway. Mike did a great job of again explaining what's going on behind us. I'll send it back to you for now. I'll keep you updated on that.
And one of our multiple crews at 7 News going out there to make sure that we are covering this for some of the reporters seeing out there, because I know we're a close-knit community just like the first responders are. This is something where we have to come together as well to support each other. Is anyone talking about what they're seeing or how they're feeling?
I think it's honestly the words that you don't need to say, because you and I, we're all journalists reporting tonight, and I mean, you think you're kind of adapted to it after you spend years in this industry, but you enter a night like tonight and you truly are reminded that you never really are. I mean, on a scene of something so tragic like this, and you try to find the words to explain, and you kind of have to switch gears as a journalist, but then there is that human aspect. And Michelle, you just mentioned when names and ages all come out within these next hours as they likely will, that human element really gets emphasized. And this is truly a story where as we completely start to unravel and learn more information, that it's just going to become more and more sad.
Natalie, you said it perfectly. This is a heavy night for all of us here, and our thoughts and prayers, of course, with all of those that are impacted by tonight's tragic news. We thank you, our viewers, for trusting us with our coverage as we carefully walk you through this, as we were learning many of the details in real time with you. And we thank you for being with us throughout the several hours now that we've been on air tracking this story. We do want to give you a recap of the evening.
Yes, so what we do know is before 9 o'clock today, a airline was flying from Wichita, Kansas, collided with a Black Hawk helicopter above the Potomac River before that airport. The airplane was able to land. You were looking at a live picture now of the first responders, more than 300 that have come to search for the souls on that plane and on the Black Hawk helicopter. We also know that the first responders are a close-knit community here coming together to try to find that collision. It's very hard to see. It's very hard to take in the gravity of what you're looking at in that video. You see that bright burst of light and then the debris falling into the water. We appreciate you joining us, and we have a recap of tonight's news conference that included the mayor of D.C.
Yeah, we want to roll that for you in case you missed any of the highlights from that news conference. We're going to play it for you in full so you can get the latest updates and details from that as well. Let's take a listen.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening. where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across, they are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well. And officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Sure. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here too, extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting to rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor. This matter, we are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Donnelly from DC Fire and EMS.
Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This Washington Airport's Authorities Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our units, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 20:48, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., and this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, are doing, you know, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, you know, is apropos, and this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight, and thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane, on the helicopter, is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what we're what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, the President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. That's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United, and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the districts, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site on support, and we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once Fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation, National Transportation Safety Board, and I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing.
Perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting an operation like this in these conditions.
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
The 2 people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there are 3 people who have lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight. Yes.
Secretary Duffy,
So I'll call on who's next. Yes?
thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
Right. There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
A question for Secretary Duffy. A question for Secretary Duffy.
Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's still the biggest challenges for the rescue team? What best scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in, and because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial, recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
Dear Secretary Duffy, have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And the second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Can any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been reports that the DCA tower contacted the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, and apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those final moments?
I know that we wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes.
2 parts for Secretary Duffy. The first being, you were talking about when you were in the Situation Room with the President and Pete Hegseth.
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the President was located, as well as with Secretary Hegseth. We're exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the President is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The President has committed to this team and to the NTSB through the DOT that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Mr. Secretary, do we know the condition of these aircraft? Are they whole? Are they split? Are they in pieces?
Don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we got guidance that DCA was going to be shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard
11 a.m.
11 a.m. tomorrow? Tomorrow, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we can take a few more questions. A question here, and here. Yep.
Mayor Bowser, can you just confirm, has anybody been
according to the office?
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can when first responders first arrived?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening when the call came out. I listened to the responders come in, and the initial response, they were very professional trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking. The boats pretty quickly were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate when we get a better sense of it, but we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
Do you have a sense that there are survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Is any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes, yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
Chief.
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you are next, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. My question is, do we have any plan to prevent future crash or future accidents? Do we have any like to reform the authority, the airport control, to calm those people who are flying in the next few days? And also, how long the rescue is gonna last? Are we gonna stop rescue after tomorrow 11 a.m.? Like divers team, because they are still in the golden hours now.
No, I mean, I think you just heard the chief said we're going to be out there as long as it takes, and we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our fellow citizens. Yes.
This is for the chief and Secretary Duffy. How do you balance the search and rescue operation with preserving the scene for the investigation that's now underway?
So from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first. But I don't think that I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are all working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. So life comes first, and everything else is after that.
Okay, last question. Yeah.
Secretary Duffy, I just want to ask, I know it's early, but are there any immediate actions that the FAA should take to prevent helicopters and commercial airplanes from getting too close to one another?
So obviously there'll be a review of what happened here tonight. And after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
Do you have any more details about the helicopter missions with the Black Hawk and Bear Bowser? Have you heard directly from President Trump?
I spoke with the President's National Security Advisor, and I have not talked to the President yet, and I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press to help us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215. 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will likely provide additional information in the morning. Thank you.